Hump Day, yeah!
In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free, holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
I would like to welcome you to AMC Theaters, where we make movies better. Now I have to go sit down. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Perfectly popcorn, cinema sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema sweets. We make movies better. We make movies better. We make movies better. We make movies better. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like
Hump Day, yeah!
Good morning, everyone. There's the opening bell. Games begin. Perhaps things get a little exciting today. Give us some fun. Lord knows it's been boring here recently. We could use a day of excitement. Good morning, Dynamite. Good to see you, brother. Be interesting to see if we get the traditional rug pull or if the run up is going to continue. Time will tell. Should have my lazy ass out there on my hands and knees screwing those deck boards down, but I'd never get anything done. I wouldn't be able to focus wondering what's happening with these charts. So that's going to have to wait till later in the day. Look at those candles.
Shark bait!
AMC is not seeing the same volume, but it's seeing some crazy action though. So it's getting a sympathy bump. It's getting pulled along, that's certain. It's my habit to keep CNBC on the flat screen, although it stays muted throughout the day unless something exciting comes on. So I'm going to keep an eye out. I'm going to see if there's any mention of GameStop today. I think that any self-respecting network that calls itself a financial network would have to at least address this. But it certainly wouldn't surprise me at all to see them ignore it.
Look at the enemies go. that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from the certain death. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea.
There's the hate candles we all know and are accustomed to. I was going to say know and love, but we don't necessarily love them. But it's not like we haven't seen those before. Doing their best to keep it tamped down, aren't they?
There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next.
Good morning, Vavon. Good to have you with us once again.
Pirates in the crow's nest.
Quick peek here, Bitcoin, see what that's doing. 87,529. Just below that 88 mark. we have 41 people in the chat and only 14 likes or thumbs up. How do you folks expect other apes to find us? They're never going to find GrayLeaf if the algorithm doesn't recognize this as valuable content. Well, you lazy bastards need to hit that thumbs up button so GrayLeaf can get pushed to the front of the line. Doesn't cost you anything. Lazy oysters. The hell. Oh my God, you mean I gotta reach all the way over there and touch that little button? Shame on you for making me even tell you. Oh, I'm gonna watch. I'll watch, but I'm not gonna give a thumbs up. And you're not gonna make me. You're not the boss of me. Yeah, whatever. I'd rather have 5 people here and 5 likes than have 100 people who refuse to at least contribute to the effort. Don't make me start. I'll start a roll call here. I'll start going through name by name. I'll instigate an investigation here. I'll get to the bottom of this and heads will roll. Kicking ass and taking names, Nana. You know I'm right, Nana. I have no desire to have millions of followers on Twitter or anywhere else for that matter. I prefer to surround myself with smart people. I'm here to try to exploit opportunities. I don't see any opportunities presented for me to better my life or improve those that dwell here in Camelot by hanging out with dumbasses and idiots. That's why I've never been too concerned with having, a big follower count and X. I would much prefer to have, like I said, even if it's a handful, but if it's the right handful, smart people who are successful and have shown a propensity for good decision making, achievement, a record that shows one success of a nice line of achievement, accomplishments throughout their lives that would indicate that they have something of value to share with me that by extension will make my life better. I've never been one of those who wanted just the celebrity of a lot of people to pay attention. It's always kind of been my mantra to seeking to improve, have things a little bit better, or at least be able to provide a little bit more for those I love, hold dear. My immediate family, nuclear family, as they say. And the easiest path for that I've learned is to surround myself with winners. My father told me when I was a very little boy, it's an old saying that things trees and birds and a feather flock together. There's no escaping it. You spend your time in any social group, eventually they're going to have an impact on you, for good or bad. There's no escaping it. I have no ability, Mike, to turn up volume. None whatsoever. This is GrayLeaf stream. This is her nightclub, her stage, her microphone, her spotlights. I'm just a guy up on the stage playing for tips. Somebody just joined me in the back of the Pampa Max caboose here. Who we have? UPS driver, Yogi Berra. Good to see you, Yogi.
Good morning, Pirate.
Good morning, driver.
I will be back shortly.
Right on. Four-leaf Clover says she's too busy watching makeup tutorials on TikTok. You know what they say, Clover. If the barn needs painting, put some paint on it.
Good morning, Pirate. Good morning, y'all. Sorry, I was trying to get my headphones plugged in.
It's all good. Good to see you.
But, yeah, you too. It's been a while. Figure I'd just pop in, see what you guys are chatting about. This is throat yogurt, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Or Jordan. That's my name, but, you know, I don't know. I try to hide a little bit. I'm a military man with kids, so I don't like to put any of my business out there, but, you know.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
It may be wise. That's all probably wise.
Yeah, some of these people, you know, I don't know. I've been here since day one, and it's just, I've seen a lot of people come and go, and it's just, I'm not about all that, so.
Yeah. there's no shortage of imbalanced people. I think
Yeah.
the internet it probably has a disproportionate amount of crazies in here. So I understand. Pretty nice, GrayLeaf. If you've got 5 seconds from live, that's pretty good. It's about as close to real time as you're going to get. Most of you know I spend a lot of time on X. It helps me while away the hours. I love to ramble on and on about various topics, indulge my fantasy of writing, being a writer. But I stumbled across something yesterday that was really was kind of encouraging. Some guy posted a video of a piece of shit car. I think it was a Geo Metro. But it was his last day of work, and his wife filmed him backing out of the driveway. A piece of shit, rust falling off of it. The windows, power windows don't roll up and down any longer. No longer has air conditioning. The heat doesn't work. But she said, they showed a picture. He bought the car absolutely brand new. Showed pictures of his children playing in the yard stand next to it. It was all shiny and new. He drove that car for 34 years. Said he hasn't had a car payment in 34 years. Drove it to work every day. In his very last, he's retired now, but he was like, and I thought to myself, and I typed in, this is legendary. And it is, man. That's the kind of shit that speaks to me. I'm like, you want to be a superhero to your family. If you want to do something to benefit yourself, you need to copy that man's habits. You think about how much money he saved his family. Car payments alone Not to mention the increased insurance that comes along with, newer vehicles and all that. Yeah, he said he paid $7,000 for the car. I hope I'm getting the number right. If I'm not, excuse the inaccuracy, but $7,000 for a entry-level bargain basement, probably arguably one of the cheapest cars you could buy at that time. He didn't even splurge when he bought it. But the discipline to pay it off, in short order, and then literally drive it until the fucking wheels fell off. I preach all the time about setting aside, your need for personal gratification or that desire to keep up with the Joneses or this materialistic, the need for material things, shiny objects. This guy is a living embodiment of those principles. I don't know. They didn't share anything else. I don't know if they're successful or if they apply that sort of frugality to everything in their life. But I thought to myself, man, I'm not alone out there. There are people out there who understand the rules to this game. Dynamite said he sucked that watermelon rind dry. Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, I don't know. It's my habit, Mike, to get out a calculator and just indulge myself and start drilling down on like what his cost to ownership was. I like to try to take the $7,000 initial purchase price and all the things that go with that. I'm certain you'd be foolish not to understand that in 34 years he's had, I'm sure, no shortages of water pumps or fan belts or, you name it, tires, brakes, tie rod ends, shock, whatever. But allow for that, put in, and don't cheat, allow for that, put in, fair money on an annual basis for that, and then add in, the cost of gasoline, obvious, the insurance, the cost of the car, then divide that over the career, and then see how much it cost him to get to work and back every day. And the guy's got to have a number that is so incredibly low that I don't know that anybody could beat it. I brag all the time about my 23-year-old pickup truck. I call her Old Red. She's got a little rust on her. She's got a little ding here or there. I call them beer bruises. But I was proud of myself, like most of us are that embrace that sort of lifestyle. I'm like Twisty Swifty said he thought he was doing well with 12 years. Yeah, Twisty, I'm like, I thought I was like a badass with my 23-year-old truck, and I've done also I've spent considerable amount of money keeping it on the road. But when you do the math on it, my cost of ownership / cost of transportation is incredibly low. It's worthy of boasting. And not to mention the fact that with my pickup truck, I made it I had some income streams. I was able to produce a little money with it, through various activities that even drives that number even lower. But when I see a guy like that, I thought to myself, man, I got to salute this dude. This is how you win this game. I hear frequently people say, well, yeah, but I need, I can't afford to miss work. I'm like, you don't have to miss work. Car breaks down. You call a taxi or an Uber. You go on to work. Send a tow truck to pick up your car and have it towed away. Oh, but that all costs money. Yes, it does. It does cost money. Your answer to that is to go buy a brand new car every 5 years, so that you don't run that risk. I mean, that you tell me that doesn't cost money. I'm not sitting here and saying that every single person in every walk of life can apply that same thing. I understand that there's exceptions to every rule, but just generally speaking, I think it says something good about, it sets an example that far too many discount. Clover says his dad drove a 1980 Impala station wagon for 30 years. My man, that's my people right there. Until it needed $6,000 worth of work. He now has a Dodge Caravan, as he had for 15 I get it, man. Yeah. I talk frequently about a book called The Millionaire Next Door. It's old. I don't even know if it's still in print, but I'm certain you can find a copy of it. I used to have a paperback of it laying around here somewhere. I don't know if I still have it, but it's called The Millionaire Next Door. You get a chance, you need to buy that book and read it. It's not long. It's interesting enough to. It's not a page turner like a novel, but there's so many things in there that you can benefit from learning. And one of those was. The guy drew the stark contrast, the differences between what people perceive as habits of the wealthy and the reality of the habits of the wealthy. And all too often, like everything else, people's opinions are formed by what they see on the boob tube. 30 years of having television shows shoved into your brain, the fucking mind-numbing propaganda that comes out of these TVs, whether it's subtle through sitcoms or just you pick any pick, but it's all completely the complete opposite of what real life is about. Yeah, Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a good read. Bob Kiyosaki, I think is his name, Kiyosaki, something. Dad, Poor Dad. Same concept. Good stuff. Clover says he drives a Honda. I added the Honda part, a CRV for 9 years. His mom's trying to convince him to buy a new vehicle. He said he's babied it since he bought it and paid cash for it. He laughed at his mom and said he's going to drive it until the wheels fall off. His dad smiled from across the room. Yep, that's the sort of stuff that makes a father proud. It feels like that he has had an impact on the way you approach your spending, and I can see why he would take pleasure in that, take pride. I need to sneak outside today, and you guys hear me talk all the time about our family grocery getter, little piece of shit minivan that we have. It actually was pretty nice. It didn't have a scratch on it. I'm not gonna lie, I made a little mistake and got distracted. Well, I didn't get distracted. The bottom line was I rear-ended somebody. It was coming across the Navarre Bridge. I was coming back from the island. Had Diesel with me in the passenger seat. Lucky I didn't kill his little ass, but we were coming back. There was a giant yacht. I mean, it must have been 80-footer. It was rare, and he had anchored in front of my house and then took his little dinghy to my favorite watering hole. Juana's little bar here, little tiki talk. It's not so little anymore, but for the obvious drinks and revelry. And I thought, I'm going to go meet this guy. I was like, and I got an in here. I'll offer if if he wants to. Walmart's across the street from our house, and I thought, I can extend an olive branch and tell him if he wants to take his dinghy to my dock while he's anchored out there. He's welcome to even borrow my little minivan to run over to Walmart, maybe resupply his ship or what have you, just as a way as an icebreaker. But I wanted to meet the guy because his boat was so impressive. So I grabbed Diesel, off we go. We run over there, and we parked, headed off down there, and he was inside having dinner. I thought he might be outside having drinks, but he was inside having dinner. So I showed a little bit of social grace and didn't approach the guy. And I thought, we'll head home. So I had a quick beer at the bar outside with Diesel, and let some of the tourists there were eating Diesel up like a hors d'oeuvre. Everybody loves Diesel. So we headed back to the house. Epic failure. We jumped in the little minivan, him in the passenger seat, and we're flying across that bridge. And when you come across that bridge, at the bottom, if you make a right-hand turn, you don't have to stop. It's like an on-ramp. And there were 4 cars in front of me, and they were all kind of like, wasn't stop and go. Everybody had slowed down. They all looked. The light was in their favor. First, everybody's hauling ass. They're going. And I followed as well. I accelerated. And the car in front of me changed his mind at the last second and decided he wasn't going. Well, when he got on his brakes real hard, I happened to be looking over my shoulder to see if any traffic was coming. And in that split second, I just tagged him. I got on the brakes really hard. Diesel slammed into the dashboard, but I hit him in the ass. It was a big SUV, so I cracked a headlight in the front fender. But what was funny about it was the car pulled over, and about 10 Mexicans jumped out and just started running. I guess the entire car was UPS driver. You got a hot mic. UPS driver, you got a hot mic. There you go. Thank you, sir. But the 10 Mexicans bailed out, and they ran like the thing was on fire. They wanted to make sure they were gone before the police department showed up. The driver got out. We exchanged information. State trooper pulls up. Blah, blah, blah. But that was how that little minivan didn't have a scratch on it until I had that little mishap. Since then, my son went and got a new headlight for it and put in it, and I beat the front fender out a little bit, but it's still got a crack in that plastic front bumper that's about 10 inches long. So as much as I make fun of how it looks like a hoopty, the truth of the matter is it's because of my inability to focus. But I need to take a picture of that thing to share with you guys. It's a sight to see, especially in my neighborhood here. Everybody here is there. I live in the neighborhood where it's the car payment crowd, as you can quite imagine. So when they see me going by, just historically, I have the long Santa Claus look. I look like a homeless man, and then on top of that, I drive that van with a big cracked front bumper on it. I get some really strange looks. Now I'm going to be fixated on this 34-year benchmark for driving that. The guy that drove that Geo Metro, that's going to become, I just can't help it. That number will stick with me now. So I'm going to have to drive Old Red for at least 10 more years so I can join the Cool Kids Club. I think that's doable though. Exactly, Twisty. Man has to have goals, something to live for. To be fair, Twisty, it's kind of a cheat because I'm fond of telling everybody I'm kind of a gentleman of leisure. So that guy actually drove his car to his 9-to-5 job. And I think that's I'm kind of cheating a little bit. The fact that my truck just sits out there parked. 90% of the time hardly equals this guy here, setting the road on fire like a road warrior every day out there in that grind. But hey, 34 years is 34 years, so that's my new goal. Four-leaf blower said he's trying to get a minimum of 20 years out of his CRV, but his dad is considering selling the Caravan since they only need one car. It's got 65,000 miles and it's 15 years old. I'm sure I'll get a discount. Yeah, that says a lot about a guy, four-leaf. When his upgrade, when your new car is going, it's got 65,000 miles on it, it's 15 years old. You're truly of my tribe, man.
Hump Day, yeah!
4-leaf clover says, I always thought we were one house payment away from going to the soup kitchen. That's how I live my life. 4-leaf clover. I always try treat every month like we're one step away from bankruptcy. That's the way to do it, man. Said, I never paid any attention to Dad's finances. Mom recently said they have millions in the bank. Dad always shopped at Walmart and Kmart and uses coupons to buy everything at Frugalmaster. Yeah, Mrs. Pirate is the coupon queen. It's a big joke in our house, Clover. Both my adult sons and myself, we make fun of her. It's like, we're like, hey, you want to get a pizza tonight? Get us a couple pies. She's like, we'll do that tomorrow. They have their special runs on Thursday. Okay. I took 2 pictures of the sunrise this morning. Any of you guys want to see the Florida sunrise? If you do, I'll put them in Papa Mac's Discord. Anybody? I don't normally take photographs of every sunset and every sunrise. It has to be something worthy of me getting off my ass and stumbling out there. I should be enjoying coffee. Clover says he'll play along. Sure. Okay, let me see here. See if I can upload that real quick. There you go. GrayLeaf, I stuck 2 photographs in Papa Mac's General. I think they went through. Yeah, I was sitting here having my coffee. I get up, it's black dark when I wake up in the morning, so I can see the light in the room begins to grow. And I saw a real heavy pink hue in the room. And I knew, I thought, well, it's going to be something special this morning. So I jumped up, and of course, Diesel obviously followed me out. I took 3 just in quick succession, and it's funny because you look at it and all 3 of them are distinctly different. I mean, like taking 15 seconds apart, but everything's changing so fast at that time of the morning. If you look real close on the first picture, you can see a sliver of the moon. It's in this, well, you can see it in that one right there. If you look in the very center, almost like if that was a dartboard, it would be the bullseye. What looks like a white speck of dust, that's actually a crescent moon. And unfortunately, I don't have a lens or anything to focus. Yep, that's it, Greg. I don't have a lens that could focus in on that. It was kind of cool. Thanks for sharing that, GrayLeaf. I always feel guilty when I have to ask the streamers to do the heavy lifting. I feel like I'm imposing upon them. Unfortunately, there's no other way for me to do it. So, thanks for the effort, Gray.
Together strong. Apes together strong. Swinging from the crow's nest. Apes together strong. We taking back the booty.
Or the Clever Sage trying to convince them to in their 70s to go have fun. Don't save it for me and my brother. Travel the world with their wellness. Yeah, 4-leaf clover, tiger's not going to change its stripes. The habits that they've developed and served them so well for their entire lives, I wouldn't expect them to abandon those. It's just kind of the nature of things.
Apes together strong.
Petra said blue and orange make green. Well, let's hope so.
Swinging from the crow's nest. Apes together.
CNBC must be doing a story on the Hyundai plant. I think they're getting ready to spend a fortune here in the United States, but they have a visual on the screen I can share with you folks. I can't show it to you, but I can read it to you real quickly. The headline says, "Where do the U.S. automobiles come from?" And according to CNBC, 53.7% of the vehicles, this is in keeping with our conversation, by the way, about vehicles. 53.7% of the vehicles in the United States are made in the United States, followed by Japan has 8.6, and then we have looks like Mexico has 16.2. Then you have Korea at 8.6 was Korea, 8.2 was Japan, and then Canada is 7.2. They're saying that they're expecting in 2024 that Korean auto sales will make up 24%. It's an interesting figure. So for the time being, only half of the cars sold in the United States are made here. They've gone, CNBC has a live feed coming in from Ellabelle, Georgia, where the new Hyundai plant is at. Georgia. The very first picture they showed was robots working. That's a tell right there. Any of you out there who follow politics might find it interesting. I'm reading here that Senator Lisa Murkowski, she's a Republican, but she's a lunatic from Alaska. She broke party lines yesterday and she voted yes on an amendment to defund Doge, Elon Musk's government efficiency initiative. She's the only Republican to do so, so she joined the Democrats. They failed. The Democrats failed. It was 48-52. But it is interesting that I'm telling you, this bitch is a traitor to our party. I'd add her to the list of people who obviously needs a little closer scrutiny. I'd be like, why are you so eager to shut down the investigation, huh? Mrs. Murkowski, huh? Lisa? Is it possible that maybe you or someone you love is in on that scam? Well, we're gonna have to take a closer look at you. John Vincent said he hopes KC is okay. Wouldn't want to squeeze without him. John, KC is better than okay. He is doing fine. He is tearing it up.
Good morning.
Good morning, Real Rugged.
Morning. I just dropped in real quick to say hello, and I wanted to see. Let's see here. I just saw somebody post that Fed Chair Kashkari. Let's see here if I get the wording right. In the next year or two, we ought to be able to reduce interest rates further. So I don't know if that'll have a immediate bounce, but the market's been a little down today, so it may help a little rebound. Not that that's what everybody wants overall, but that's just what I've got. Chewy has also been a little volatile today, but they put out a notice saying that they expect their sales to keep climbing in fiscal 2025. I only have one share, so I don't really give a crap. Okay, another comment from Kashkari says, I'm uncertain about the effect of tariffs, kind of a wash between the forces on interest rates from tariffs. So we should sit where we are. A little different than the other comment.
Yeah, I think he's a hater of tariffs. CNBC quoted him as saying that the first round of tariffs didn't do anything to promote more manufacturing in the United States. So he's one of those guys that thinks it happens in like 10 days. Like, Trump's been in office for 60 days. How come everything isn't fixed? Okay, I see where you're coming from right now.
Yeah, another comment says, good news is that if there are resolutions of trade uncertainty, confidence could be restored. I take very seriously the hit to confidence. The longer it lasts, the meaningful it is.
Yeah, he's an anti-Trumper. CNBC's got another talking head on here, somebody from one of the Ivy League colleges, and his statement is that Trump is playing Russian roulette with a recession. Well, his name's Alan Blinder. He's a former Federal Reserve Vice Chair, but he's a professor for Princeton. They just put it back up there, Princeton University. Another one of these colleges, they got these giant endowments, getting fucking taxpayer money, not paying any taxes. These guys are criminals, man. Every last one of these fucks are criminals. Parasites. sights on our society, masquerading as educators. Makes me sick to my stomach when I see them on TV. Claypool said he is a hater of tariffs. Yes, like the old saying, Mike, it's all about whose ox gets gored. Depends on your personal circumstances and whether or not you're for them or against them. I try to take I try to avoid the myopic view of just what's best for an individual and kind of look at the entire country.
All right, so to your note on Princeton University, just running a quick search, they received from the government $455 million in government grants and contracts for the fiscal year ended.
Isn't that fucking incredible?
It's a lot. Yep.
Yeah, on the backs of UPS driver and everybody else, all the working people, out there grinding it away every day. So criminal. Yeah, they've got Venu Krishna from Barclays, head of the U.S. equity strategy on Money Movers today at 11. As far as the tariffs go, I've said it before and it's worth repeating. I'm a free market guy. Censor content, and I talked about this many times. But for those who aren't around for those conversations, I can repeat it. I'm a free market guy. Let everybody do business with anybody they want. The problem is the rest of the world doesn't play that way. It's kind of like the whole green initiatives. Shut down coal-fired power plants in the United States to make the world cleaner. We don't have any effects. We don't control the whole rest of the fucking planet. But back to the tariffs, I mean, it's if you want to have just free trade and say, listen, you're welcome to sell your widgets and gadgets and Nike shoes here in New York City, as long as we can sell Harley Davidsons in downtown Beijing. But unfortunately, the world doesn't work that way. Foreign governments protect their markets and exploit ours. There's no simpler way to put it. They protect their markets and their manufacturers, and then they exploit our openness. And Trump is endeavoring to at least get it a level playing field. All he's saying is he wants it to be reciprocal. It's back to this concept of fairness. It's always the same. People want more for themselves, but less for the other guy. I'm like, in what world is any of that fair? fair is supposed to mean what you do to me, I get to do to you. It's the definition of reciprocity. And they don't, but many in this world don't want that. You know, it's like, well, we want to come sell our Nike gym shoes there, but we certainly don't want you selling Harley Davidson motorcycles over here. And we finally have a president who's like, fuck you, that doesn't work for us. You're gonna treat us fair. They've said it many times, like Trump's not asking for something we're not asking for more. We're just asking you to quit screwing us. It's kind of like the Doge, the whole phenomenon with Doge. All Elon Musk is saying is, you're stealing. You guys are stealing, and we're showing it to the American public. And what Congress does about it, that's up to the president and Congress. But I get it. Mr. Claypool and others, their personal business interest may align for whatever reason. Their income, their business, their families' entrepreneurial efforts may be harmed. They for whatever the specific reasons are, whatever the particulars are of what they're involved in, it could be it could be hard on them personally. Mr. Claypool says, I don't buy nothing from Canada and Europe. All my stuff comes from China. There you go. I've been down 50% before the tariffs. I sell NFL, Walt Disney, and superhero blankets. There you go. Yep. That's what I said. You know, I can understand. It's perfectly logical to me why you want to support tariffs, because you need to buy all that stuff in order for you to make money. So in your particular instance, it's not going to help your bottom line.
I'd like.
I would argue, Mr. Claypool, that so that you can make money, we can't let China fuck the rest of us in the ass. See, like you want to sell Walt Disney blankets and superhero blankets, but I want to sell Harley Davidsons in Beijing, and over there. And Trump is trying to level that playing field. You know, it's again, I understand, and I get it. It's not personal. It's just business. But if one guy runs a business and feeds his family because he buys cheap products, the products that are available to him cheaply from foreign countries, and that's a whole nother subject of why they're cheap. But if he buys those and turns a profit with them in the United States, I'm thumbs up. That's all about entrepreneurism. I'm all for business. I'm just saying that you, as a country, we have to demand that that's very same country where you're buying those Walt Disney and superhero blankets from, let us, he says they do have Harley Davidsons in China. That's where they're made. You missed my point. I was using Harley Davidsons, Mr. Claypool, as an example of an American-made product that's readily recognizable as American-made. So I think you're getting fixated on the product, and you're missing the point that I'm trying to make. Substitute Harley Davidson for any product that can't be made. Listen, I got a friend, Claypool, that does business in China, so I know what I'm talking about here. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about some theoretical shit. I have a really close, lifelong friend who has a pizzerias in China, and no, Harley Davidsons are not made specifically in China. They've been made in Milwaukee, Wisconsin since World War II. Now, a lot of the parts on a Harley Davidson, electrical, all sorts of things on them are sourced from China. But again, you've distracted me from, it's not about the product of Harley Davidson. My point is, and I gotta have to make this real clear again, it's about fairness. So, and if you're going to claim, Mr. Claypool, that China is an open market, then that's a lie. That's just simply not true. You know as well as I do, Mr. Claypool, you can't sell American products in China, not with any kind of ease whatsoever. They have a really tight, closed market. Again, I'm trying to be as open-minded and as fair in my debate with you on this subject as I can, Mr. Claypool. I understand. they've got a bunch of people in China working in their factories, cranking out shit far cheaper than we can make it in the United States. They probably spend more on shipping that shit here than they do making it. And you sell it to the American public and you turn a profit for that. I understand that and I applaud it. I mean, I would be an investor with you. I understand that whole dynamic. The problem I have is on a geopolitical level, and that's what our politicians are. Our politicians aren't in place in Washington just to make sure that Mike Claypool makes money. They're there to make sure that everybody makes money and that we're all treated fairly. And that was my argument, is that the very people who are providing you with your products refused to say, let Pirate sell his products in China. And that's just simply unfair. And I don't know how a president who's demanding that we get treated fair, that everybody gets treated fair, not just the people who sell Mickey Mouse dolls that come from Beijing. All of us need to be treated fairly. But I can understand why you're not a fan.
I like the blow-up doll. My blow-up doll doesn't snore.
My friend they married two girls. They married Chinese, and it's a long story. We don't have time for it today, but my friend owned a manufacturing business here in the United States. He made high-end lighting, furniture, the kind of stuff that, like a chaise lounge that you put by the pool that's $10,000. I shit you not. One fucking chair, 10 grand. He made that kind of stuff. He sold it to the likes of superstars, celebrities, movie stars, all those things. He did lighting for high-end hotels. If you've ever been into a Parisian shopping mall and look up and see the giant chandeliers, he manufactured all of that right here in this part of Florida. The glass globes alone came from Italy. They were $10,000. He was a really good manufacturer. His brother-in-law, he and his brother-in-law married two Chinese nationals. That's a whole nother story. That's something. I'm convinced that they did it to help them do business in China.
But
I digress. That they traveled to Beijing, China, to open up a set of pizzerias. Not a big like Domino's chains or nothing. Just a small like 5 stores, pizzerias. And then while they were there doing that and learning how to do business in China, they approached my friend about manufacturing his things in China. Now you understand something. His shop was a small artisan shop here in the United States. He wasn't mass producing like ceiling fans for the Casablanca line that sold, by the dozens every day at Home Depot. Stuff was more of like an artisan craft shop. But they wanted him to open up a shop in China, and I shit you not. He told me, he showed me some of the texts and things like that. But they told him, just tell me how many people you need. I mean, that's how they do things in China. They were like, we will provide you with a building, 3-phase electricity, the finest machine tools, Bridgeport mills, welding machines, everything you need. And then they asked him, how many people? He's like, what? He's like, how many bodies? Do you want women who have the ability to find dexterity, who have the motor skills to do little delicate work? Do you want people that are really strong that can do heavy lifting? What kind of people do you want? He said it was just like ordering a meal. And he's like, the Chinese Communist Party they'd have people show up. And he's like, how do you expect an American economy to compete with that? And I could talk for the rest of this day just about, what happened to him in China and all that. I'll wrap it up by telling you this. It's really easy to move money into China. Try to get money out. See how that works out for you. But anyhow, I have some intimate knowledge, not just stuff I've read on the internet or saw on TV. I've had friends who literally walked the streets, spent like 6 months out of the year over there doing business. And the disparities and how easy it is for the Chinese to exploit our market or benefit or profit, if you will, from our markets, it's not the same. It's not even fucking close. That's funny. Mike Claypool says, you do know those blow-up dolls are made in China.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they don't nag you too much.
I can't tell you uh, everything they have in China, but I can tell you a lot of the things that they don't have. The first thing that it was jaw dropper for me was they have zero EPA. The whole concept of environmental protections, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just telling you, if you've ever tried to do anything in the United States, whether it's open up a gas station and put a tank in the ground to hold gasoline to sell people, if you've ever tried to do anything, try to sell a building in the United States. That I had a friend that had a small business repair shop. A small engine repair shop. He fixed lawnmower engines. I kid you not, had a parts guy working at the counter. He was a general manager, and he had 3 mechanics in the back. This place made 5 families a paycheck, and they worked there for 20 years. And he got old and wanted to retire, and he wanted to sell me the building or the business. And I looked at it really close, and I was going to buy it. But the first thing I discovered was my bank wouldn't give me a loan against it unless I had something called like a level 2 environmental study done of the building. And what this is all about is that the bank didn't want to make a loan against a building that could end up being have environmental judgments against it. Like somebody's going to roll in there with a badge and some credentials and shut the building down because there's too much. And what the idea was that he'd been piling up like old engines and busted lawnmowers out in the back lot for years. You know, that little junk pile there and all that stuff. And a lot of that stuff might have leaked oil. They did oil changes for 30, 40 years and had 55-gallon drums, obviously, to pour the old oil into. But, you know, some of that might have splashed out on the ground. So what you end up with is the concept is that the entire place is like they started treating it like a Superfund site, like it was some sort of a nuclear waste site. I mean, it's literally a building lot that's 100 feet wide and 200 foot deep with 20 lawnmowers out in the yard. But man, when I started getting into this, they acted like I was buying a fucking 3 Mile Island. And I thought to myself, really? This is where we're at? And the whole deal fell apart because they wanted me to pay $20,000 to have an environmental firm come in and do soil samples, drill test wells down 50 feet to ensure that none of the old oil had sunk down into the ground. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then that was it. So he couldn't sell the business. He just retired, went on about his way. Everybody got laid off, and the building just sat there empty. And that was the end of it. That shit doesn't happen in Japan. And again, I understand there's 2 sides to this thing. It's like anything. There's most of the real world works in that gray area that's in the middle. But in Japan, I'm not saying that it's, I don't know enough. I've heard claims of people saying that they dump like raw mercury right in the rivers and shit like that. I don't have any knowledge of any of that. All I'm saying is there is a clear distinction. There's a clear difference in the way they promote business over there versus how we make it almost impossible for somebody to do something in the United States. And it was incredible. In China, if they say they're going to build a hydroelectric dam, you better move your shit. Because if they say they're building one on that river, it's going to start tomorrow. They don't do a 15-year fucking ecological study to see if some goddamn salamander is going to disappear. You know, they're like, our people needs electricity. There's a river. We're damming this son of a bitch up and we're putting some generators on it. So as a consequence, they're building hydroelectric dams. They're building coal-fired power plants. They're going to have cheap, abundant electricity. Meanwhile, here in the United States, we can't get a roundabout put in and have a stoplight taken out without a 4-year study with engineers. It's incredible.
Please tell me how.
Their interstate systems, if they want to build a bridge, that's 1,000 feet high and 6,000 feet long over some gorge of the Yangtze River. They just fucking build it. And it's built to high standards. I'm not talking about some wobbly shit that falls down that's not built to. That's not, you know, like you see in the Philippines, it's built out of bamboo and lashed together with vines. You know, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about properly engineered, properly constructed, but they don't fuck around. And that says something about where they're going in the next 100 years versus where we're going. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Rugged. What were you going to say?
I kind of forgot. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. I'll
Sorry.
be quiet now.
I'm cool. I was probably making a stupid remark.
Yeah. But anyhow, China.
screen.
The story about my friend's pizzerias had a sad ending to it. The too long don't read version is that they raped him. They separated him from his life savings. He went over there with about $300,000, which was the bulk of his cap. That was his savings. I mean, that was his, you know, what he amassed over the course of his life and working through his stuff. It was something he could invest and not have his life destroyed. But they separated him from that money in about 24 months. It happened fast and furious, and it was almost like it was all by design. He made a few mistakes along the way, but I can tell you the first thing he learned was when you leave the United States, you leave our legal system behind. You know, he thought that, and he even tried it. He tried to bring lawsuits against the people in China here in the United States in the hopes that he could somehow or another, you know, recoup some of his money. But he learned really quickly is once you leave the United States, you know, home of the brave, land of the free, all that our rules don't apply no more. You're playing by somebody else's fucking rules. And if they ass rape you, there's, you know, you can try to go through their, what they call their legal system. Well, good luck with that. And his retirement was dramatically, the guy's like in his 80s now. This happened about 18 years ago, but his retirement was not nearly what it could have been had he not gotten involved in all that shit. You know, I cautioned him. I begged him not to go, and I begged him not to do it. He refused my counsel, and that's his right. You know, it was the saddest thing. They had him use all the money to build the pizzerias, to train people, to get the whole concept set up, to get their supply chains, the pizza sauce and all that stuff, get it all, the cheese, all that stuff was done. Once the place was up and running and started making money, then they started using all sorts of legal things to essentially take over the ownership and squeeze him out. And I'll save you the details, but in the end, it resulted with him not having anything. And they ended up with the whole thing, and they showed him the door. I get frustrated because I try to share these things with people to help them with their decision-making process, and I get so frustrated. I tell people shit like, you can't sell Harleys in China, and when they tell me stuff like, well, they're making them there, I'm like, that's just simply not true. You know, no. But even if it were true, and I picked the wrong product, which it's not. Harley Davidsons are built in Milwaukee, like I said. The idea is, the spirit of the argument is very simple. They're more than willing to use the millions of people that they have over there that they treat essentially like slaves. And then as a consequence, they have an advantage because of that cheap labor. They have an advantage over the rest of the world to produce products that allows them to ship them around the world and sell them. We are the big consumers here in the United States, the land of the big BX, land of the big super Walmarts. But they refuse to let us, they have this monstrous population. China is huge. Anybody who's in business understands this, and there's no shortage of businesses in the United States who are like, man, I'd really like to be able to tap into that market. Do you know how many of my little fidget spinners I could sell in China if they would just let me in over there? And the Chinese are like, yeah, fuck you. You're not coming over here. And if you do, it's going to be heavily tilted in our favor. And that just doesn't work for us as a country. Mr. Claypool says he wasn't talking about the motorcycles themselves, all the Harley merchandise like the t-shirts and hats. I know a lot of them. Oh yeah, all the merch, all the t-shirts, the bikinis, all that shit. My story or my example was meant to display a American-made product that's commonly, the average person recognized as iconically American. Harley Davidson's are as American as apple pie and baseball. A unique American product, and I was trying to show how that gigantic market in China is denied. They're denied the ability to profit from that, to ship Fat Boys and Wide Glides and Dynaglides and all of those wonderful, loud, powerful machines, to ship them over there and have dealerships spread out across China and have all that money flow back here to the headquarters in Wisconsin. They won't allow that. And that's wrong. It's unfair. Pure and simple. But it's interesting you pointed that out. I talked to some people that my wife and I almost opened a Harley franchise. And one of the fastest things that I realized, Claypool, was that they make most of their money off the t-shirts. All that shit. Again, it's like a Harley Davidson dealership owner, he makes a little something off of the sale of the motorcycle. They make really a lot of money off of financing. It's a whole nother story. Financing of motorcycles, they do in-house financing. They float their own notes. Buy here, pay here, if you will. And then they make really good money off of their repair shop, their service centers. But a big portion of their monthly nut is cracked with the sale of Harley Davidson t-shirts. It's a big fat. Anybody who rides Harleys, that's one of their traditions, is when you go to another place, if you go to Texas, you go to Dallas, Fort Worth, you find you a Harley Davidson dealership, you go there and you get a Harley shirt, and it'll have, Dallas, Fort Worth on it, or Daytona Beach, or, Los Angeles. And because that's become a habit for those guys that live that lifestyle, they make a big portion of their profits are off the t-shirts. And I'll be goddamn, the t-shirts ain't even made here. They're made in China. It's like, imagine that, Just one more example of the trade imbalances. They're making one little motorcycle, Claypool. It's meant to be like a learner's bike. We call them the Fuzzy Pumper Play School. It's like a little bitty thing. It's stylized, but yeah, that's made in China. Or I don't even think they're going to import that to the United States and sell it here. I don't know if it's made in China for the sale there. But again, it's one little specific, like I said, a little tiny entry-level bike, something you buy like a young kid or a girl to learn. I don't know a whole lot about it. But I know this. My statement is factual. You can't go over there and buy a Fat Boy. You can't go over there and buy a Wide Glide, Dynaglide, a Deuce. They don't make them over there. They're made here. Can't sell them there. You may find that they've got some kind of an electric fucking scooter that has a Harley Davidson brand on it or something, but you're missing the bigger point. Morning, love. There's a pirate made an approach. Jack Below said it's a sad story. Makes me wonder why any company moved over to China. Are some companies' days numbered over there, or is there some special corruption deal back in the United States to influence politics? It's not really complicated, Tech We Love. It's about labor. If anybody who's ever run a business, a real business, and I'm not talking about something that's got a little side hustle. I'm talking about something where you got 3, 4, 30 people who show up on Monday every day through Friday, and you owe them a paycheck on Friday. People like that are the ones who have the real knowledge. Somebody who owns a online fucking scented candle business. I'm talking about a real brick and mortar, somebody who has a physical presence in your neighborhood. They hire anywhere from 2 to 10 people, talk to them about business, and they'll tell you that having employees is the biggest, it's one of the biggest single drains on your finances. It costs money. It's just the nature of things. So if all the other costs are fixed, like for instance, if you make scented candles, well, wax costs what it costs, beeswax and the aromas, the scent, the wicks. That stuff is, for the large part, it is what it is. But the variable is labor. Whether or not that's why you set up shop in the backwoods of Kentucky somewhere where jobs are hard to come by. You can hire people cheap because people are desperate for work. If you go to some place like, for instance, Florida, a lot of people want to live in Florida. There's a big migration every year to Florida for people to live here permanently. So that kind of keeps wages down a little bit because you have an abundance of people looking for work. All this shit is like 8th grade civics or economics, is supply and demand. So when you have these countries like China that have these immense populations, huge populations of people, and they're desperate for work, then it's pretty simple how it plays out. The same with Mexico. That's why Ford is manufacturing. There's some, I think, Ford trucks. They used to make Ford trucks in Kentucky, not too far from where the Chevrolet place makes Bowling Green, where they make the Corvettes. But just south of Cincinnati on the interstate, you could leave Cincinnati and drive south, and you wouldn't be too long before you'd see this huge Ford plant. One was Fisher Body, where they made Mustang bodies. They made all the fenders, the panels, the floor pans for Mustangs. Fisher Body's been around, I think, since Henry Ford was still working. But they made pickup trucks there. The F-150, most popular pickup truck in the world. And they moved them to Mexico. Well, it wasn't because they didn't have enough electricity in Kentucky, or there wasn't a rail service, or there wasn't housing there or workers. It was real simple. You get fucking Mexicans to work for, 1/3 of what Americans will. Well, imagine what that does to your bottom line. Imagine if you could take a company that has, 10,000 employees or 5,000 employees, and you can cut their payroll by 70%. Told the story before about someone that I was acquainted with who made It's called Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N, Watson Golf. They make golf bags, was their main thing. Are very nice. If you're a golfer, you might have heard of them. They had other products. I mean, they might have even made golf clubs. I know that they're big products. I had a friend whose wife worked there. He gave me a golf bag for Christmas. He got it from the company store, it cost. But they shut down. I told the story about how I went there and bought a bunch of shit when they had their auction. I bought a bunch of house plants and office desk chairs and stuff like that. The guy told me, I said, man, why would you move to Mexico? And we talked about for 20 minutes, and he's like, I had no choice. It was move to Mexico or go bankrupt. By going bankrupt, what he meant was that he would lose so much market share when your competitors are using cheap labor and they can undercut your price, you're done. You're dead. It's cutthroat. So that's why you have pickup trucks now that are being made in Mexico. Paychecks are being cashed, and families in Mexico are paying their bills off of helping build an iconic product, Ford pickup truck. All that's part of your NAFTA, your North American Free Trade Agreement. When Ross Perot and the rest of them said that giant sucking sound you hear is all your jobs leaving going to Mexico. When I think it was Bill Clinton literally bent every business manufacturer in the United States over and screwed them in the ass by letting it happen. I guess none of it really matters unless it's your wife who works at the golf club place. And then it matters. People say, well, why does it matter, Pirate? Who gives a shit? I guess it doesn't really matter, Who gives a shit if a guy used to make golf bags in Florida, and he says, fuck it, I'm moving to Mexico. It doesn't, you're absolutely right, it does not matter. Unless your wife works there making golf bags, and maybe she's responsible for paying the new car payment, or paying half the house payment, or helping your kid get through college. Then it matters to them. It's overly simplistic, but to follow up on the golf bag story, if you were to institute, for instance, a tariff and say you're going to put a 25% tariff on all golf bags that come from Mexico, then, if that had existed before, or if it existed now, then the gentleman that I was acquainted with, he might say to himself, well, if I got to pay 25%, then that makes up the difference between the savings and labor. Maybe I should just move back to Florida. Then the next thing you know, he's making golf bags back in Florida again, and my friend's wife has a job again. And I get it. It's far more complicated than all that. But if I was trying to explain it to a 5-year-old child, that's kind of how I would finish the story up. I just did a quick search and I typed in, what is the tariff currently in place for China? In China for selling American-made cars. And it's, as I would have expected, it's 10%. So they immediately charged 10% to take a Ford truck into China on top of everything else. It says they have a caveat on there that has to do with vehicles that have engines larger than 2.5 liters, and I don't know if that has to do with EPA concerns, or if that is a purposeful act because most of the vehicles produced in the United States have engines that are larger than 2.5 liters. Read another ad, I don't know which one of these is more accurate. They're saying that the 10% levy on the 2.5 liters or bigger is on top of an already existing 15% tariff. So they're saying that based on that, it could be a total of 40%, regardless of the specific numbers. I think my point is well made. EB said, I don't think China cares about the environment. Yeah, I don't either, EB. Why they, like I said, I'm sure somebody more knowledgeable about the subject could tell you why they set the limit on 2.5 liter engines. Mr. Claypool says the problem is he still has to pass the tariffs on to his customers. I still sell the blankets. He has to pass on the cost of the tariffs to his customer. He still sells blankets. I just don't sell as many. Yep, I get it. Part of the idea, Mr. Claypool, is that somebody enterprising or energetic might say to themselves, I can start making Walt Disney Mickey Mouse hats, and I can make blankets, collectible blankets here in I don't know, Atlanta, Georgia, and I can supply Mr. Claypool with his products that he wants to sell. But before you'll buy them from me, if I'm going to open up a shop like that, manufacturing that stuff, buying cotton, the polyester and all those things, the sewing machines, the weaving looms and all that, hiring all that, setting up shop, I have to be sure that I can provide you with those products as cheap. And we've already plowed that field, so we know what the differences are. So the idea is that by imposing these heavy tariffs that make the product more expensive, that eventually the pricing structure will reach some sort of the equilibrium will kick in, and it will become economically feasible for Pirate to say, hey, I'm going to open up. I think now I've been talking to Mr. Claypool, and he said if I can provide him with Disney World hats at with $4 a hat, he'll buy, you know, 10,000 a month. And then I'm like, okay. But he's like, but in order for him to be profitable, I got to make sure I can beat the China pricing. And with the tariffs in there, I might stand a chance at that. And then before long, maybe, just maybe, I'm using American labor in Atlanta, Georgia, cranking out Disney World hats. I'm shipping them to you. You're getting paid and happy as can be. And now, you know, we got two American businesses that are making money. Claypool's making money and Pirate's making money. Chinese are left out of the loop. More importantly, if you buy your products from me, Mr. Claypool, my money stays in Atlanta, Georgia, not Beijing. See, once the money leaves here for your business and goes to China, that money never comes back. We'll never see that money again. It doesn't circulate here. It doesn't help somebody feed a family in the United States. It doesn't help somebody have a job in the United States. We're back to the whole thing concept where I tell people all the time, they want their husband to work at a shoe manufacturing facility making $30 an hour. My husband needs a job. My son needs a job. But then they go to Walmart and they buy shit made in China. So, you know, it's the same thing. You can't have it both ways. I remember a time where in Cincinnati and Norwood, they made Pontiac Trans Ams and they made Firebirds there. If you worked in that plant, you were set for life. If you worked in that plant and you drove a Toyota in, you parked it in the morning, when you came out at quitting time, you'd have a busted windshield and 4 flat tires. They wouldn't hold still for it. And I'm not advocating for vigilantism and violence. I'm just saying that's how people recognize at a visceral, a very real personal level that you can't have it both ways. You want to work at Norwood, you want to make your fucking house payment and feed your kids by making Pontiac Trans Ams and Firebirds, and then you got the balls to buy a fucking Chinese shit box to drive in here? So that's it. It's back to my shoe story. If you want your husband to have a job in buttfuck Iowa, making flip-flops, gym shoes, whatever, then you got to stop walking into Walmart and buying the shit that comes out of Beijing, because they don't go together. Yeah, you couldn't be more right, Dynamite. Look at the pictures of Flint, Michigan now. It's a wasteland. You're exactly right. One of the most dangerous places in the world now. Entire city blocks of vacant houses that were once thriving, beautiful communities. You know, it makes a difference, man. It has a real impact, and that's why it's important to have. We're supposed to choose, you know, leaders. We're sending our designated emissaries to Washington to look out for us. Only to be sold out by special interest groups, lobbyists. You know, I'll hope you get elected, but you make sure I can still get, you know, what I want in terms of what's beneficial for my business. Doesn't matter if it wrecks entire communities because it disrupts industry. As long as you know, the head of the Nike Corporation gets another, you know, $10 billion. Said it before, it's really about fairness. Trump said all he wants is we give as good as we get. However you treat us, we're going to treat you the same way back. And I don't know how people can argue against that. But the simple fact of the matter is, most people, it's human nature. They don't want fairness. Most people, fairness is something that they say, they claim that moral high ground, that morality, that virtue seeking. But what they really want is just what's best for them. they might claim to want everybody to be fair, have everything be equal, level playing field, yada yada yada. But in the heart of their hearts, what they really want is whatever just benefits them personally. And it may be just a natural phenomenon that may be rooted in, the survival instincts that's been developed over a millennium of evolution. I saw a really funny one on Twitter last week. Somebody had a coffee cup that they were given as a gift, and on the coffee cup it said "Buy American," big red letters with a flag, and you flipped it over and the bottom of the cup said "Made in China." That was like one of the fun. I'm like, that just sums it up right there. And one little quick meme or whatever you call it, one God, given a gift, a coffee cup made by American. Well, I have a project waiting for me. I need to contribute a little bit toward just screwing down all these deck boards on the seawall, so I'm going to excuse myself. I'm going to ease out there and see if I can't put a smile on my bride's face by working on her project a little bit. I'm sure I'll get winded and hot and pissy, be back in no time at all. So you all try to get along without me. I'll see you in just a little bit.
Yo, all hands, hoist the colors high.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late.
Good morning.
What's up, Yucca?
What's happening? Pretty good move, huh, today with GME?
Yeah, man. Trying to hit
Excited?
that 30 mark.
Yes.
Yeah, everything's looking good.
Yeah, man.
So much for me buying GME at $20, right?
Yeah, I think those days are past.
Just
Okay.
keep a little money in there just in case.
I think Pirate, are you still, I know Mrs. Pirate wanted to buy some, or maybe not, I don't know. Are you still holding GME? I'm sure you are. What a ridiculous question I am asking.
Pirate had to step out and do some yard work.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I know GrayLeaf, I don't know if she left it streaming all night. Because I was at the shop late night. And I'm not sure. Oh no, it says started stream 2 hours ago. Okay, maybe not. Vaya.
Does Yucca have a play of the day?
No. No play of the day. I'm holding some calls for April for AMC. We'll see what happens. We need to see a big move on, I think, GME, and then we'll get some sympathy. Like a big move, like a big spike, I think. But right now, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man.
So if you didn't like how the calls were looking right now, you could just kind of walk away from it?
No, I'm down. I got them at 9 cents. I'm down 7 cents. They expire April 11th. So in about, what, 2 weeks? Everything is 2 weeks. We'll see. It's not a big position. It's just I'm down like $110, and I just put in $500. Like what, a month and a half ago.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Land of Lincoln.
Now, why?
The fuck right now, why?
Hump Day, yeah!
Yep.
Shark bait! Ooh-ha-ha!
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, oh ha ha. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Then say, why are you so mad? Oh, 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 ha, oh. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really playing sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry?
Why so quiet?
Well, hey, JJ, what's going on, man? Has been a little quiet today.
Between flights, having some lunch.
Where'd you like?
Lee and Chin's in Atlanta.
Never been there.
I think it's a little bit higher end than Panda.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make my way down to West Palm. I conned my FO to follow me. We're going to go look at all the cars.
Oh, cool.
So if you guys are still on, we'll do a stream again.
Yeah, it'll be cool.
I read what KC wrote. I hope he's right.
me see. I haven't looked at anything in a little while.
It was. I thought I saw it on X. Let's see if I can find it again. He wrote. It was Mr. Shaw. There it is. In case any of y'all were wondering where we're at. Gotta raise price on collateral held positions if your shorts are gonna move up. The kitty is targeting tomorrow, which means the positions have to be bought no later than today, and likely started 4 days ago. Remember what happened to Chewy. The next KC shuffle will be seen no later than next week. And he's got his the 36 memes. He's got those lined up. 3 rows of them. So I'm guessing he's looking at the green candle on the right. I think. Yeah. Imagine he's talking about the green candle, which goes through the controller. And what's like the cat? Is that a cat? It's to the left of the target. I don't know what that meme means.
Not getting there.
Yeah, it's on X. It's on his X post.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Man, I gotta be honest, those have always been lost on me.
I've read a couple websites where some people have broken down which each one of them might be in their opinion.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe that's the problem, trying to figure out what they think it is. I want to see I want to see when the book comes out, when Keith Gill says this is what this was, if he ever can.
Yeah, it will be interesting to find out, if possible, what the real truths are. Yeah, what time do you land?
I think it is. I gotta walk to the airplane, I think 10 minutes. Look at my schedule right now.
Anyway, right?
Yeah. I gotta take off at 2, get down there at 3:40. Probably gonna take me a half an hour to get to the hotel. Yeah, it's gonna be tight. I can get to the hotel at 4:30. I should be able to get to a bunch of the lots. I think I'll be able to.
Cool. Yeah. Get some of that MOAS money. We'll go visit them for real.
Well, you know what? It's like we were saying the other day. The place to go would be like one of these big dealerships, like where we're in Dallas at Tactical. And we could sit in like a ton of them and see if that cars actually fit you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, spend a couple of days.
Yeah, some of those dealers are kind of snooty down in West Palm. I mean, I like going to Prestige in Lauderdale, but I don't know, kind of snooty.
By the way, the SPY just fell under 570, 569.75.
Are we live right now?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so, yes.
See, the S&P is at minus 57, the Dow 32 is minus 82, and the NASDAQ's crushed at minus 366. Of course, the funny part is, you see the NASDAQ go down like 300 points, then you go out to the 1 month, and you see those big chops. It's like, if it keeps going down like that, what would ever bring it up? At the 1 month, it was at 19,075. and now it's down to 17.9. But why did it even go up? Why didn't it just peter off? It almost looks like on the greatest website ever, Yahoo. You can just see the bar coding even on a crappy graph like this.
Popsicle sticks, man. They're holding it up with popsicle sticks.
Mm-hmm.
The SPY is dropping right now.
I come in to get a drink of iced water. I happened to see that JJ was here. JJ, I put 2 quick pictures in. You want to see my workstation? I know you were in flooring. I know your dad was in flooring, but I'll bet when you guys did flooring, your job site didn't look like that. I put them in Papa Mac's Discord general there.
Well, I'm going to it.
GrayLeaf can share them with the class, but that's what my workstation looks like, man. It gives you an idea of the flow, my productivity, my production rate.
Is that the salsa? Is that what you're talking about?
Did not go through. Papa Mac's general.
I see the lawn chair.
Yeah, man. That's for Mrs. Pirate. Mrs. Pirate's got her little lawn chair. I got my little boat cushion because my bottom's soft. I got a tender butt, man. Got my little boat cushions to sit on. I got my little umbrella because I have delicate skin. I mean, I can't be under that direct sunlight. You know.
The deck looks good.
That tells you how long I spend in that one little area, though. I've got to pre-drill them and then screw them down. It's a big production to put in a 12-inch board.
Yeah, it looks good. The color looks nice too. There's a lot of docks out there, aren't there?
Every house has to have one. Well, it doesn't have to. You want one. It's one of the stupid ass things. They force you to put it in the middle of your property. If you could put it on the property line, if you and I were neighbors, we could put the dock on the property line and you could have one side and I could have the other. And you could cut down on the dock. But because people are assholes and people can't get along with each other, every house has to have its own dock.
Mm.
That looks good, Pirate.
It looks nice.
I got to go, man. I just came in to get a drink of water and I looked at the chart to see what Jimmy was doing and I saw that JJ was in here. I wanted a chance to fuck with him a little bit and the rest of you guys as well, you two audio.
Hey, when we're going down to West Palm, we're going to hit all the dealerships again.
Nice.
Probably won't be till about 5 if you're on.
I'm sure I will be. I normally stick around till 7:30 or 8 o'clock.
Raj.
I'll keep an eye out for you.
I'll holler at you guys later. I got to walk to the plate.
All right.
Late.
Yeah.
See you guys in a little bit.
Let me find a second.
to this place for magic. We come to AMC theaters to laugh, to cry, to care. Because we need that, all of us, that indescribable feeling we get when the lights begin to dim. And we go somewhere we've never been before, not just entertained, but somehow reborn together. The dazzling images on a huge silver screen, sound that I can feel. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our heroes feel like the best part of us, and stories feel perfect and powerful, because here they are, perfectly popcorn. And to those who need that, now everybody say yeah, say yeah, say yeah, say yeah, say go girl, go girl, go, go girl, go, say go girl, go, 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 go. Dazzling images on a huge silver screen, sound that I can feel. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our heroes feel like the best part of us, and stories feel perfect and powerful, because here they are, perfectly popcorn. And to those who need that, let's go, ayo, let's go, come on, let's go, ayo, let's go, come on. Dazzling images on a huge silver screen, sound that I can feel. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our heroes feel like the best part of us, and stories feel perfect and powerful, because here they are, perfectly popcorn. And to those who need that,
Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. You know the one I'm talking about, you know the one. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. You know the one I'm talking about, you know the one. We make movies better at AMC theaters. 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 Theaters. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. You know the one I'm talking about, you know the one. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. You know the one I'm talking about, you know the one. We make movies better at AMC theaters. 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 Theaters. We make movies better at AMC 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 theaters. Theaters.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
What's happening, Yucca?
motherfucker right in the pussy.
Welcome back, Pirate.
Hey, I'm gonna get myself something cold to drink and thought I'd stop in and see what the stocks are doing. How are you guys doing?
Yep, just kind of relaxing, man.
Yeah, it's time to take a little break. I had a piece of that seawall sticking up about half an inch, 3/4 of an inch, too damn high. So I had to go fetch a vibratory saw. I got one of those little jitterbug saws. Vibrates high frequencies back and forth, and it's good for cutting in tight spots and doing a little tune-up work. So I got to trim that thing down a little bit. I was ready for a refill of ice water anyhow. And once I stood up, my old back got stiff. I thought, you know what? I'm going to go see what the ladies and gentlemen are up to, the fellas.
I've been pretty quiet. JJ stopped by.
Absolutely
You
beautiful.
talked the last to him, huh?
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful outside. I mean, I'm telling you, incredible.
Yeah,
Nice
here's
moderate temperatures, a little slight breeze blowing.
Yeah, it's nice here in Oklahoma today too. Stock market's continued to fall since you've been gone. SPY's down to 567.5. Bitcoin kind of seems to hanging on to that 86. Nvidia's down to 112. Oh, well, almost 113. Can't seem to grab any traction today.
Neighbor, he fishes pretty hard, and they haven't opened up snapper season yet. But he come out. He was out in the backyard working this morning. We were chatting at the fence line like Gunner wanted to do. He said, "Look at this fish." He held his phone up. I just sent him a message. He was supposed to send it to me because I wanted to show it to my Mrs. Pirate and my sons. And I wanted to share it with you guys. Snappers have a season on them. You're not allowed to keep them, to a certain time. But also they have a slot limit. You can't keep the little bitty ones. They got to be so big. I think it's 17 inches. And you're not allowed to keep the real big ones. But those guys go out and they do what they call pre-fishing. They'll go out in the Gulf of Mexico and they'll fish all their favorite spots before the season opens up, catch them, but you have to turn them loose. If you get caught with them in your boat, big trouble. But he caught the biggest snapper of his life yesterday. Guys, he's 60 years old. So they didn't weigh it. They have a thing they call the tax man, and it's essentially a shark. He said the tax man took a bite out of him just when he got to the boat. So just before they lifted into the boat, a shark swam up and bit the tail off of it. He said the tail was like 12 to 18 inches long, just the tail. So it's a shame because, the fish is going to die anyhow. But if they got caught with it in the boat, it's a fish and game wildlife would jing you pretty hard. And he's already been caught with one. So he's got his free warning. And the other guys in the boat, they had their free warning. So if they get caught with another illegal fish, it's a misdemeanor. And they didn't want to do that. So they turned it loose, knowing full well the shark was probably going to finish eating it. And the pictures, it's pretty amazing because they have a thing here called the Florida push, where you hold the fish and you hold it way out with your arms extended out, and it's an optical illusion. It makes the fish look like it's bigger than it is, but he has this fish held up against his body real close, and it's something to see. I'm hoping he's not on the job site right now, but oh yeah, he just sent it to me. Can't wait to share this with you guys.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hey, Jesse, come here, son. Mike and his guys yesterday. The shark bit the tail off of it right as they was lifting it in the boat. That's a big damn snapper.
They need to change this to the fruit.
Yeah.
But I've always said that if a shark hits one, I think you should go repeat it.
You think?
You can't recreate.
That's done. That fish is done. Right.
No, it's
Yeah. If you leave it whole, don't fillet it. If the game warden pulls you over, yeah.
Ooh, man, that's a big one.
Isn't that a fish? Yeah, you can feed the family of 5 off of that dude, man.
Buddy. Man, I bet that was fun. It was a good looking fish.
Yeah.
Tax man got him, huh?
Yeah, that's what they call it when if a shark comes along and bites your piece of your fish off. They claim it's been the tax man got it. And it's like my son said, they should put some sort of a carve out in the law. Those guys should have been allowed to keep that fish because he's done. He's going to die. He's not going to breed anymore. And like my son said, you can't recreate that wound. You can't take a fillet knife and fake that to work the system. But no, they had tossed it over the side, and that's a shame.
When you get a chance to leave out the shark,
Exactly. My son said, as soon as they toss it over the side, even if it manages to live, by the time he makes his way back down to the reef where he hides, that shark's going to finish him off anyhow.
Oh, sharks finished him off right away. Fish can't swim.
Yeah, y'all have a hard time anyhow with no tail. Yeah, I hit a lick out there, Jesse. My back started troubling me a little bit, and I'm up against a piece of that seawall that's a little bit on the proud side, so I need to trim it down. And when I came in to get the little DeWalt, that vibratory cutter, it's hurting. I thought, well, I'm going to sit down and then it's power hour, so I take a little break. So you can take it out of my pay, though, deduct it from my time card. See Twisty Swifties posted something where Larry Fink of BlackRock said that the baby boomers are focused on their own financial well-being to the detriment of those who comes next. That's some of the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen in my life, and I'll tell you why. Wealth building is not a zero-sum game. It's not like in order for me to win, you have to lose. And that's what that presupposes. In order for you to believe that shit, that the boomers or myself, I'm Gen X, that all the older guys, that the reason the young cats aren't prospering is because old people are hogging it all up, is hogwash. That is the silliest shit I've ever heard. And it's real simple. No matter how much I hold on to whatever I have managed to earn in my life, does not slow you down. They're acting like somehow or another there's a fixed amount of money and it just has to be passed from hand to hand. Like, okay, it's your turn to hold the flashlight now. You know, I've had the flashlight most of my life. Now you just go get another flashlight. It's more that they're trying to appeal to the base nature of people. People have a need to try to blame someone else or assign some sort of blame to another, which allows them to escape taking responsibility for themselves. Drives me up a wall.
It's easier to be the victim than go out and do it yourself.
Exactly. It's always the victimhood. Oh, I could have done so much better if it wasn't for those evil boomers. Those evil boomers. That boomer won't sell his house, so I can't have one. I'm like, well, go out and build one. Or there's people out there that build them every day. Again, it's this, the whole concept, audio, is built on a foundation of mud. It doesn't hold up under scrutiny, because in order for that argument to work, you have to believe that in order for audio to win, pirate has to lose. Like somehow or another, the time, like an egg timer goes off and it's time for me to pass all my assets on. Furthermore, I'll tell you another reason why it's a flawed argument. It's so weak. Eventually, the boomers will pass their assets on. Yeah. And I will pass my stuff on. It will, but it's not going to some random dude out in the universe. My boys will get what I've accumulated. And if they have any of my DNA in them, they will add to that. You know, much like, you know, they talk about Trump getting $1 million loan from his dad. Well, I got news for everybody. Trump's worth a little bit more than $1 million right now. So Trump took what his dad accumulated in his 100 years, and then he built upon that. That's the American dream, that each successive generation gets to add to what mom and dad built for them. But this concept that old folks are holding on to what they have, those greedy old fuckers, they won't help nobody out. You don't need help from somebody else. Your wealth is out there. All you have to do is go get it. And that's the problem.
Yes, sir.
I posted something yesterday. I don't think too many people saw it, but on my Discord, and I stumbled upon it on X, and it said, the baseline is poverty. Poverty isn't where you end up. It's where you start. Yeah. Everybody, well, not everybody, most people start at poverty, or a lot of people start at the poverty level, but that doesn't doom you to stay there. I started at less than poverty level and managed to make it to the cool kids. That's the whole point, is even if you start if you're in the poverty level right now, you don't get a lollipop for that. There's no victim status in that. You're just like millions of other people. It's your job to climb up out of poverty. And to say, well, I can't climb out of poverty because some rich person's holding on to everything that he has, is ludicrous.
Excuses.
But like you said, it's easier. Instead of for somebody going out and working until their fingers bleed or getting after it, it's easier just to say, well, it's not my fault. This is just the way it happens. It's my bad luck. I was born in a bad generation.
System screwed me. Yeah.
Yeah. Save that shit for somebody else. Isn't that cute, Sandy? I saw that dog carrying that little deer across that river. Black Labrador. I've had some social settings where we've been around campfires or been hanging around like men are known to do and having a few super pops, adult beverages, and tongues loosen up and everybody starts to plant their flag. And I've had several encounters where people start with that shit of, I could have done so much better, but all this, that, and the other. And I just don't, it's just the wrong approach. And like I said, sometimes I just let it pass, but other times I have to rub their nose in. I'm like, you need to understand that your life is your own. Every single decision that you make will determine, what happens for you tomorrow and the next week. And you need to take ownership of that. But just to lay around and claim that somehow or not your life isn't all that you'd like it to be, but it's not because of you, it's because of the whole system around you, that's bullshit.
It's a learned behavior too, I believe. They see other people doing it, and it seems like the answer for them. They just fall right into it.
I've jammed some of them up, especially about real estate. They get into it, whether it's, well, it's fucked up, right? Because the interest rates are too high, or the houses are cost too much, or they have their whole laundry list of shit. And then if I really want to be a real dick to them, which I can be, I know that comes as a surprise to you guys. You're like, no, Pirate, no way you can be a dick. Yeah, I can be a real cop. And I'll say, well, let me ask you, if the interest rate was down to 3% and the house was cheap, can you buy one tomorrow? Could you buy one? I found one. If I called you up tomorrow, if I can find you one that's financed at 3.5% for 30 years, and the price is really good, would you buy one? And then they start slobbering again. They got the retard look, their jaw hangs open and the spittle drips off their chin because the next excuse comes out. Well, my credit's not, I'm like, oh, okay. So it's not about high interest rates, and it's not about the prices. Is that you got shitty credit and no bank in the county would give, well, they won't even loan you enough money to go buy a case of beer, much less a house. So you drill down on it and you'll find that they talk all this shit about all the reasons why the world is holding them down and they can't participate in, whether it's being a landlord or home ownership versus renting. And then they'll start with all the crybaby shit about how it's the man, the government, the rich folks, the boomers, all that. And then if you dig into it a little bit, you'll find, there's a whole laundry list of shit that has to do with their failure to make good decisions or take responsibility, for their actions. And that is really what the problem is.
Yeah, the same bunch of people will say a lottery's not worth winning if it's only a couple $1 million.
Yeah. Right. I'm just like, you'll find out that they haven't been on the same, you need to be on your job for at least 2 years before you can even think about asking for a mortgage. Is that right, Sandy? 2 years job? How long to get a mortgage now? 2 years? She says it's not quite that long, but whether it's, she says it depends. You're like if you've just moved from Dallas-Fort Worth to Cincinnati and you say, look, I've only been with Procter & Gamble for 9 months. They may ask you, well, where did you work before that? You can say, well, I worked for General Electric before that, but I was with them for 7 years. So they'll give you a mortgage. You show a history of being employed. But if you're one of these fucksticks that changes jobs every 4 months, and then in between there, you're on unemployment for 13 weeks at a time, they're going to run you out of the office. They're going to run you off with a stick because you don't show a history of staying employed. So there's math behind all this. The actuarials, all these people, these bean counters have determined that if a fucker can't keep a job over a year, he's never going to make his house payments. So you're just going to be a problem for them. So there's like a whole laundry list of things that you need to have in good order. Your debt to income. If you make $5,000 a month and you're spending $4,000 a month now, they're not going to give you a fucking loan. They're only going to let you spend about half of your paycheck on a house payment. So if your debt to income's through the fucking roof because you got 5 brand new cars and 2 trips to Disney World on your credit cards, they're going to deny you a mortgage for that. So like I said, there's a punch list of about 4 different things that you need to have to get a home, unless you're a cash buyer. I'm talking about mortgages now. And all of those show good responsibility, work habits, all those things. And 9 times out of 10, that's the reason that they're not in the game or what have you. It has nothing to do with the man's keeping me down. Yeah, the man in the mirror, that's who.
Yeah.
Ooh, GrayLeaf said there's a massive $3.7 million order for 130,000 shares of GameStop stuffed into the dark pool. Yeah, but there's a 6-figure sell order hitting the lit markets. That's how they do it, GrayLeaf.
Yeah.
That's how they hide the or suppress price discovery and hide the buying pressure, or at least try to. They have they have relaxed the requirements for getting a home mortgage so much in my lifetime or my adult lifetime. I mean, there was a time where you had to put a minimum 20% down to get a loan. That was it. You either had 20% of the price of that house. You know, simple math, $100,000 house, you had to have 20 grand. Lay it on the table. That's not, negotiable. It's hard cash. We can't have that. We're done here. And they're like that. So now you got to have that in the bank. And then you got people today. You ask them, do you have you got $10,000 or $20,000 in your savings account? Most of them don't have $500 saved.
Yeah.
They say a lot of Americans are one paycheck. They're one busted transmission away from real hardship. So a lot of it comes down to failure to save. Failure to take steps towards home ownership, and they don't even require the 20% down anymore. There's some zero money down programs. There's some Fannie Mae programs, or for veterans, or zero money down. And even if you just go through some regular local bank, I'd be surprised if they charge you more than 5 or 10% down anymore. But then along with that comes, you got to have a low debt to income ratio. You sit down and show them where your W-2s, they make you prove your income. You show how much money you make, and then they sit down and figure out, well, by the time we deduct all their living expenses, they're burning through all this with credit card payments, because they're going to pull your credit check and they're going to see everything.
Yep.
One of the first things when I get a little pissy and I want to pick a fight with people on Twitter, the first things I tell them is that lying to yourself isn't going to help you. Telling all your friends that the reason you're a renter, not a homeowner, because all these other bullshit excuses, that's not going to make your life better. So if you want to lie to all your friends or lie to everybody on Twitter and X, we'll go for it. But hopefully you're honest with yourself so that you can do a course correction or begin taking steps to, correct that, and then you take yourself to the next level.
Kind of easier for people to just keep pretending, Pirate.
Yep. That's why they call it a coping mechanism. As long as they feel good about themselves. It doesn't matter if they improve. What matters is they feel good. Ooh, 4-Leaf Clover said he's heading down to Huntsville, Alabama. That's Rocket City, man. There's a big presence in aerospace in Huntsville. Says in 3 weeks to scope out the city and look at buying his first house. Keep waiting for the bubble to burst, but it doesn't seem like it's going to. I bought some equipment from the college there in Huntsville. I forget the name of the university, But it was a beautiful campus, big, magnificent lake right in the middle, and fine looking buildings and all that. But I went to their maintenance department there. They had sold some stuff with liquidation site in the internet, and I bought a ditch digging machine and some other things. I was impressed with the Huntsville area. I had been through there on the interstate, but always just passing by. Never had any kind of reason to jump off the exit ramp there and do any kind of exploration. But that brief little trip that I took to that college campus there, I was really impressed with that whole area. GrayLeaf says Canada is banning Tesla from EV rebate program and has frozen $30 million on pending payments to Tesla in retaliation against tariffs. He likes to lay in the sand there. We've got all the doors opened up. It's one of those rare times of the year where we don't have to worry about humidity in the house getting sticky inside. Low humidity today, so we got the doors open to let the sea breeze come in, and that affords Diesel a level of freedom that he doesn't enjoy on a day-to-day basis. And this pirate is always a little on edge if he's going to run off or run through the neighborhood, which he's 7 years old. He's only run off 2 times, and both of those were in conjunction with fireworks. He doesn't stray too far. He'll go out and lay around on the patio a little bit, but more often than not, he comes back in where we're at. That sucks, Twisty Swifty. I'm sorry that your wife had a miscarriage. All you need to know is it happens more often than you probably realize. A lot of families don't share that. It's private, but you are not alone. And, I'm certain you guys will keep at it, and sooner or later you'll be blessed with a baby. I'm sorry that happened to you. Have to try to consider the possibility that Mother Nature was working properly, and that for whatever reason that baby wasn't meant to walk the earth. Yeah. Oh well, that's one of those things where nobody, I mean, you felt comfortable sharing it with everybody, but it's a very intimate thing, you're and all of that, and so a lot of folks, it's not something that people want to go out and broadcast or sell. There's nothing to celebrate, so it's kind of a personal tragedy, and a lot of folks keep it to themselves. But you can rest assured it's very, very common. I first moved to this part of the Florida Panhandle audio, I was still in the military, obviously, but some of us wanted to live off the base to kind of get away from the military stuff when we were off duty. So we moved into an old raggedy ass trailer park at the edge of town, some distance from the base. And back then, a lot of us were, it was part of our career to stay fit. So we were hitting the gym pretty hard, all that sort of thing. But if you're not living on the base any longer, you don't have the availability to use that facilities without traveling, off on your days off at it. But there was a really nice subdivision built close by, a place called Holly by the Sea. We nicknamed it Holly by the Swamp because it had some low areas in it. Holly by the Sea was one of these huge developments that was built. The guy, his family did some surveying work for a big landowner. And instead of getting paid for the survey work, they got land. They were given land for the surveying. So they in turn took this huge parcel of land, and back when it was really easy to get something platted as a subdivision, they got Santa Rosa County to approve a subdivision there. So they made this massive subdivision. And then they put all these roads, and most of the roads were dirt roads. They weren't even paved. And the idea was that as it built out, they call that infill. By the time it filled up, that they would go ahead and pave the roads. So some of the roads were paved, some weren't. And then they had an 18-hole golf course in the middle of it. Of course, those houses were a premium. And then the farther away you got from the golf course, the cheaper the houses got. But where I'm going with this story was, along with that, they had some beachfront property with a party house, HOA, obviously, they had a homeowner association, with a party house big enough to hold like wedding receptions and stuff in. And then they had 4 tennis courts, an outdoor swimming pool, a lap pool, and then a really nice indoor gym, dry sauna, wet sauna, all that. And all you had to do to use all those amenities was be a landowner in that subdivision. So the trick was you bought a lot and you found the shittiest, wettest lot, something that was barely, you couldn't even hardly build on it. Like if you were going to build a house there, you'd have to haul in 10 truckloads of dirt. You didn't go find one of them. You found all you were after was, and they were something you could get them for 10 grand, 100 feet wide, 200 foot long. That's a half an acre of residential property with city water. All these lots had they had already put a water mains through. You had to do a septic tank if you built. But the trick was you could buy that lot for 10 grand. And then it was like buying into a country club. And then you had access to all of those amenities. Now you had to pay the HOA fees. Like back then it was like $30 a month. But you couldn't join any kind of a gym for that kind of money, or much less all the rest of the stuff. I mean, there was a boat dock and a beach and all kinds of stuff. So that was the scam. You found you a piece of shit lot. You would buy those. And some of them changed hands. Like if a military guy got shipped off to Europe or whatever, and he owned one, he would sell it to his buddy. But I can't tell you how many people bought those lots just so they could access that gym equipment. And they're worth like 35 to 40 grand a piece minimum today. Minimum. And these are the shit lots now. These are the ones that, they're maybe at the street, they're high and what's called high and dry, but they fall off rapidly to back down towards wetlands and all that. So if you could build a house on it, but if you want to have any backyard, you'd have to pay to have like 20 truckloads of dirt hauled in, which isn't the end of the world. But I mean, that's another example of how, time marches on and real estate changes. Now, consequently, all those roads that used to be dirt roads, they're almost all paved now. All those there were streets in there that were 3, 4, 5 miles long and wouldn't have 2 houses on them. Now you're lucky if you could see 2 empty lots in there. So that entire thing has grown up, and that one community is bigger than the city of Gulf Breeze now. The Gulf Breeze was a city that's been in this area that's been here since the 40s and probably since the 1920s and 30s. But that's an example of how they grow over time because people keep having babies and people keep moving in. And I wonder if there were any covenants on the neighborhood where you couldn't build just a shop or something there. You had to build a house. But yeah. They had covenants. They had deed restrictions on some of it, but some of it was very minimum. Like certain areas, like right close to the golf course, they had you had to build X amount of square foot. You know, it had to be like brick and blah 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 blah
Right.
blah. But
Certain
when
color
you got
roof,
farther,
whatever.
but the farther you got away from the golf course, out into the outer edges and what they called the back end of it. One end of it fronted, one end of it was closer to the beach here, the other end of it kind of went inland. So if you went farther inland and got away from the golf course, then you got into where there was less restrictions. But there were 0 mobile homes. So the entire place said no mobile homes, period. You're going to build a house, at least a minimum. But then beyond that, like the very first home I ever bought was in that neighborhood. I bought a very modest 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. It wasn't even brick. It was cedar siding, which was a maintenance nightmare.
Man.
And we paid, I bought that, and Mrs. Pirate and I had just started living together, and we paid $65,000 for that house. I got a VA loan with no money down, $65,000. And we upgraded. We stayed there 5 or 6 years, and I think I ended up selling the place for 88. And I think I left $15,000 or $20,000 on the table, but I wanted a fast sale. But I lived there 5 years and walked away with 20 grand more than when I bought the place. But the whole idea is that, you know, real estate never stays the same. It's either coming up or it's going down, but very rarely does it just stay stagnant. So when I hear people talk about when's the best time to buy or what's the best time, I'm like, take a bigger view. Ask yourself where you're going to be in 10 years or 12 years or 5 years. I'm not advocating somebody buy a house that they plan on moving in a year or two, but the concept of home ownership and real estate is the long game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about bigger swaths of time. You can't think short term.
Right.
Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from the certain death, pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea, buried under your chest. There I see a piece of you and me, pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all, baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to, maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest.
My friend's wife was a real estate agent at the time. He was kind of a mentor towards me. I just started my business, and he was a businessman his entire life. He was non-military, civilian, and he's like, man, you know, my son's a real estate agent. You're in the military. You need to let her get you a house. I said, "Can you get me over the finish line?" He's like, "Yeah, man. Let me get you a meeting with her." Because I was really low ranked and enlisted in the military. I wasn't making any money. I had fair credit, but they approved me for $100,000. And at that time, it would buy you a pretty good house. You know, nothing, too extravagant, but it gets you a decent house. And I said, "No, I don't want to do that." I said, "I really want to stick." that the money that you make from selling a house is tax-free up to $500,000. And there's, you know, when you buy a house and live there for 10 years, sell it, you turn a profit off of it, you don't pay a penny in taxes. Up to $500,000. Can't do that shit in the stock market.
Hey, sure can.
No, most you're going to do is hold it for a year and hope that you can beat, you know, get into one of the lower tax brackets and beat some of that capital gains tax. But if you and your wife or significant other, or just a single man, if he buys a house, you got to live there 2 years. 24 months is the threshold, unless they change the tax code. If you live in a house 2 years, but you should live there 4 or 5 at least. You buy a house and live there 5 or 6 years, and you walk away with $20,000 or $30,000, $40,000, $10,000, whatever it is, it's tax-free. Not a fucking penny of income tax on that. For that reason alone, a young dude ought to be buying a house and selling it every 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
Even if you're not a builder, even if you're not a builder or anything, if you buy something, they say buy the cheapest house in a nice neighborhood. But that's counterintuitive to what most people want. So you find a neighborhood that's got a bunch of really nice houses and find one that maybe not as nice or it's in a state of disrepair. If you just buy it and just bring it back up to speed, a little paint, a little carpet, you know, whatever, just your basic shit, and then live there for say 5 years and sell it, every penny that you make is tax-free. And then you take that money and you go out and upgrade to another one, maybe a little bit nicer neighborhood or a bigger square footage or whatever. But the same thing, don't buy your dream house. Your second house should be another fixer-upper, something that somebody has neglected. And if you do that enough times, you'll find out real quick how you can have a house that's paid for and full off of just the earnings. But there's a process to that, and there's no easy button in it.
Yeah, you got to be reasonably savvy and, you know, look at it from wholesale to wholesale and not try to, you know, hang on to something too long, and you might as well just live there.
I've heard people say, well, if you sell, if the market's hot and the market is up and you sell, well, then where are you going to live? You got to go back and get into that market again. I'm like, well, that's true, but you buy another fucked up house. See, the thing is, most people don't want fucked up houses. They're too fucking lazy for it. So even in a hot market, if you're willing to if you make your house all that in a bag of chips and you sell it and you maximize your return out of it, and then when you turn around that very same day and go shopping for the next place that you're going to move to, then you don't look at finished product. You go looking for something that needs attention again. So you're like, here we go again. And it's not always pleasant. It can be aggravating, and you got to be willing, like I said, you got to be willing to embrace that lifestyle. But every time you do that, it's an upgrade and another upgrade and another, until eventually you're either playing with the house's money or you're looking at houses in neighborhoods that you would have never been able to get into any other way.
Yep. And once you have no payment on where you're living and
now
other properties,
Yep. Now
and our other properties are paying for themselves.
Just another ladder. You just climb up that ladder again, and then you go to your wife and you say, hey, you know, there's a little piece of shit 3-bed, or there's a little 2-bedroom condo, blah blah blah, whatever. You're exactly right. And you're like, we don't have a house payment. Why don't we buy this thing and see if we can't make a little money off rent? The next thing you know, now you got your house is paid for. You got a house payment again, but it's for an investment property. And if somebody you do it right, the people moving in there, they're making the payments. Mm-hmm. And you're like, well, you're not making any money. Like, well, no, not yet. But how you got somebody else sleeping in there and he's paying for your house, and eventually it becomes where you own it. You didn't even pay for it. The sucker that's sleeping in there paid for it. Yeah. And enough time goes by, a few calendars go by, next thing you know, a few New Year's Eve parties. Next thing you know, now you've got yourself a little, even if it's just some little piece of shit on the corner on the edge of the county that shits you $800 a month.
Yeah, and once you own,
Infinity.
yeah, and once you own 30-40% of it, you can go to the bank and get another one and have somebody else paying for it. Once you're living for free in your house, you're not paying
It
for it.
opens up other doors. Exactly.
You have opportunity.
But everybody thinks that they can cut to the front of the line, and it doesn't work that way. It's like little links in a chain, and the sooner you can get in the game and start doing it right, the sooner you can be one of those evil fucking guys.
The landlord.
Four-leaf Clover said, "What's the difference and/or requirements for getting a mortgage on an investment property?" That's a good question, Four-leaf Clover, but you're right, they are different. I'm not a mortgage expert, Four-leaf Clover, and because I am a fucking living legend, I've been funding my own projects for the better part of 20 years. And Mrs. Pirate's too busy right now for me to ask her, but I can tell you they are different. One of which is this, Clover. They know that if you're living in your house, you've got skin in the game. Nobody wants to be kicked out on the street. So they're a lot more lenient on giving you a mortgage for one that's going to be your owner occupied. But if it's a second or third home, they're a little stricter about that. Because if you just decide to throw them the keys and say, fuck you, I'm not playing this game anymore, it's too easy for you to walk away from rentals. So there are some, but that you're getting into this thing now, Four-leaf Clover, where it's about what kind of relationship will you have with your bank. If you have a banker that, he knows you got good credit, you honor your deal, like you've had car loans with him, you've got your personal house maybe was with him, and he watched you pay that off, all that stuff, the money becomes available to you. I've said this many times. Make no mistake about it, Four-leaf Clover. There's plenty of money in this world. If you want to go build a campground tomorrow for $1 million, there's money out there. There's people who will participate in it because it's hard to make money with money. That's what Wall Street's doing. That's what hedge funds are doing. Wealthy people that are sitting on $15, $20 million, $10 million, or $5 million, they want that money. They don't want that money to just lay there and get eroded by Jerome Powell. They want to see 10% a year. They're like, look, man, so everybody's chasing that 10% a year, or at least enough to keep pace with inflation. If inflation's 3%, you buy a 3% certificate of deposit, you're just breaking even. So because of that, there's a fuck ton of money out there, but they don't just hand it out to any dumbass who's got a business idea. They want somebody that's got a proven track record. Maybe somebody's got skin in the game. Maybe you're going to build $1 million campground, and you're going to put like $200,000, $300,000 of your own cash in it, all that sort of thing. So, but make no mistake about it. If you play by the rules in the business world, there's always money out there. They call it shopping for money. And what you're looking for is somebody who'll loan you money with the kindest terms. If you want to borrow $1 million to build an RV park, every 1% counts on your monthly payment. So you might want to shop that loan around to 4 or 5 different people, whether they're venture capitalists or banks or what have you, because it's all about the terms. Maybe one guy says, I'm going to give you the $1 million and I'm only going to ask you for 7% interest. Prime rates at 4. You're like, man, I'm paying 3 points over prime. And he's like, yeah, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. We're not even going to ask you to make your first payment for 2 years. You're like, okay, that works, because that gives you 2 years to get the place built and operated before the tax man comes. And I say tax man like the shark, before he starts coming back for his money. But yeah, there's different requirements. But again, you don't want to put the cart or the horse. I would tell people, before you worry about getting a mortgage on an investment property, the first thing you need to do is get a mortgage on your own house. Stop renting from a guy like me. And like Audio said, the next step is get your house paid off, so that the money that you normally dedicate out of your slave wages every 30 days is no longer assigned to your personal domicile. It goes towards your little first rental property. And like Audio touched on before, you don't have to pay the first rental property off completely before you can go back to your bank and say, listen, I found another rental property. You got to be careful with that. That's where you want to talk to somebody who really knows what they're doing. They call it farming the real estate, where you buy the property, you get it appraised for more than you bought it, and then you borrow that money and you use that as your down payment for the next deal. it's leverage, and that's kind of like buying on margin. Not exactly, but you want to be real careful. And as with any business, whether you're building an RV park or opening up a marina or a scented candle shop, you got to manage your debt. So I personally, I would rather have one rental that's paid off completely than to have 3 rentals that I own 30% of and the bank owns the rest. But now we're getting into philosophies. You know, people are like, how many rentals you got? Guys like 3. I'm like, do you own all those? No. How many do you have? I got 1, but it's mine. I paid for it. So when the fucking guy brings me the rent on the month, every fucking penny comes to me. My banker, I'm not partners with my banker anymore.
Yeah, and well, if you can dedicate the income that you had going to your own property to live in toward a rental property and let the rental property pay for itself.
It's a forced savings account.
Yeah.
Because if you're accustomed to $1,000 a month house payment and you pay your house off, you're going to fritter that money away. Most people, you will. You say, well, I'm not going to put it in. I'm going to put it in the S&P 500 or the Qs. I'm like, bullshit. You'll do that for a while, and then after a while you'll slip and fall away from it. But if you go out and get yourself another property where you have a payment on it, you just keep making that payment again. It's still part of your monthly, and it takes away that temptation of, well, this month I'm not going to do the contribution to my 401k. We're going to go to Disney. It takes that out of the equation because you've already accustomed to sending in that $1,000 a month. You just send it, but now it's going towards your rental property. And again, like we said earlier, sooner or later that clock is going to work to your favor, that calendar, and you're going to own that one. And after that, you're off to the races.
Especially if you're doubling down on that payment, you're making the payment and letting the renter make the payment. You know.
Yep, exactly.
If you're pay a property off quick.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You know, do you do a 15-year note on it or a 20-year note? The payment will be a little bit higher, but if it stays occupied, and it will, keep it full. I've never had a problem keeping properties full. So that, and like you said, you're not looking for that renter as your income. You're like, oh, I need that for groceries money. No, you take his rent money, it goes straight to the bank, and then you take, like you said, the money that you were paying on your house, send it. Now you're, like you said, you're making 2 payments, so you're going to burn that thing down. You know,
15-year-old, yeah, 9 years,
real fast. Boom. Now that's done. Now you still got your $1,000 a month. You got his $1,000 a month. Now you got $2,000 a month, and you're hunting for your 3rd property.
Yeah.
So now you get your 3rd property, and you got the renter there's giving you $1,000 a month to live in it. You got the $2,000 a month. So now you got $3,000 a month to plow into your house number 3. Well, fuck. I mean, again. So what happens is each one gets easier to accumulate.
Mm-hmm. And they're going up in property value.
My personal story here, Mrs. Pirate kill me because she says I share too much. We've got 7 houses. And right now, I can buy a house a year. I don't want any more fucking headaches. I'm at the end of my game. I'm done. I share these with you guys in the hopes that someone can learn from it. But I can literally right now buy 1 house every 12 months and not have a mortgage. And that's how I got a friend right now in Cincinnati who owns 300 rental properties.
Damn.
He's got it fucking going on, man. I'm telling you. And that's because once you, it's like rolling a snowball down the hill. Once you have more money coming in that's going out, after that, it's just about wise decision making, you know? So what did we close at? AMC closed at what? $3.03. Surprise. Well, GameStop closed at $28.40 or something.
28.39 is what I see.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Lionel Lincoln.
Hello.
But yeah, once you, like you said, what a lot of happens to a lot of guys' audio is they get into the old, well, I got to have a brand new Mercedes or a Lambo or a brand new Corvette, and then they want a big fancy house. They start living that lifestyle, see? So they're cutting themselves short. They're so eager to go out and play the rich boy lifestyle that they stop growing. And that shit didn't matter to me. That's why I still drive a 23-year-old fucking truck. I take it as a badge of courage. I think it's the coolest thing in the world that I look like a fucking poor hillbilly. But my whole thing was, once you get that snowball rolling, where you're, like you said, you no longer have a house payment. You get a couple little rentals that don't have house payments. And if your day-to-day needs are still, you never change your lifestyle. You just maintain your current lifestyle. You've got so much more money coming in that's going out that doors start to open up for you. And that's how you know that's how the game is played, and you end up with that generational wealth to where
Equity, man.
Everybody in
Equity.
Yep, exactly. I know I get into all this a lot, and I probably bore people, but I'm hopeful that we're going to see the squeeze in my lifetime. It may not. If it doesn't happen in the next 10 or 15 years, I may be gone. But my boys will be able to. They'll cash in on selling the AMC shares, all of that. And if someone's fortunate enough to see MOAS wealth, then they get the easy pass. It's like going to Disney World and skipping the line. They won't have to do all these things that you and I are just talking about. They may be able to say, I'm going to go out and buy a 12-unit apartment building, or I'm going to go out and buy a small trailer park that's got 10 trailers in it, or whatever. I'm going to go buy 3 single-family homes. So they're skipping ahead, but that's because they have the money that's produced from the MOAS. And I'm hopeful. It's my fondest wish that happens for everybody. I really want that. But if it doesn't happen soon enough, I don't mean to imply that it's never going to happen, but if it doesn't happen soon enough, there's some alternative things that you can do if you really desire to build, generational wealth for your family. And I would encourage people to consider real estate as part of that. And that volcano is getting active again now. There for a while, it was just bubbling a little bit. It's
oh man, it is in
critical mass. Yeah. I left the house today. I very rarely leave Camelot, but I didn't have anybody I could pawn it off to. Mrs. Pyra was knee deep in working kitchen. She's making us French dip beef sandwiches, kind of like a Philly type thing. So I couldn't lean on her, and no one else was available. Logan was in college today. So I had jumped in the minivan and ran to the Ace Hardware because I needed a bit for those screws. I went and bought a handful of Apex bits, or those little torque bits. But that little minivan, that steering wheel is shaking like a dog shit in peach pits. I guess it's either spit one of the wheel weights and one of the wheels is out of balance. Or one of the tires one of the tires has a twisted belt. Well, they're not belted tires, steel belted. But for whatever reason, and it only happens at low speed, like when you first take off, it just kind of shakes. But that steering wheel shakes a hard inch back and forth. So I guess I'm going to have to send that son of a bitch back to Firestone to at least have the tires balanced. 45, 50 miles an hour, at that speed, it kind of levels out. But it's going to end up eating tires or something. Never ending.
Look at GME after hours.
Thinkorswim just shows a little bit of a hate candle, nothing too dramatic. What's your show?
Dropped to 25.20 and is at 26.19 right now. Dropped a couple bucks right at after hours.
Yeah, see, that's specific just to one broker, because Thinkorswim still has it at 28.16. So there's an arbitrage. There's an arbitrage right there. I could sell my GameStop at $28 right now on Thinkorswim and buy it from me. Buy it from you at 26 and make $2 a share.
Yeah, it's at 25.09.
Well, now it's fallen. Okay, now it's fallen. 27.25. So you were a full 2 or 3 minutes ahead of time. Oh, big drop.
You know why, right?
To borrow the shares?
Where did you see that at, Audio?
Weeble.
What do you see there?
Weeble, man, that's forever. Weeble's like 60 seconds ahead of Thinkorswim in the after hours. That's interesting.
You know why, right?
No.
All right. Okay. So GameStop announces proposed private offering of $1.3 billion of convertible senior notes due in 2030. That'll do it.
Oh wow. Yeah.
They're doing the Michael Saylor. I'm telling you, Michael Saylor has sat down with Ryan Cohen.
Yep.
And they're doing the same thing. This is what Michael Saylor does. This is what Michael Saylor's doing with Bitcoin.
So GameStop today announced that it intends to offer, subject to market conditions and other factors, $1.3 million aggregate principal amount of 0.00%, like Saylor, convertible senior notes due in 2030 in a private offering to persons reasonably believed to be qualified institutional buyers.
Yep.
GameStop also intends to.
I seen a picture on Twitter. I seen a picture on Twitter X with Michael Saylor standing next to Ryan Cohen. This was yesterday, and it was right after the board of directors from GameStop approved them to use their treasury to buy Bitcoin. And I was like, okay, you see the writing on the wall here. And now, so he's doing the exact same playbook that Michael Saylor's doing when he sells, what's it called? MSTR? That's the
MicroStrategy.
MicroStrategies and all it is Bitcoin. So it's like a feedback loop. I call it a Ponzi scheme, but it's fucking crazy. Michael Saylor is buying. He sells stock in MicroStrategies or whatever, in MSTR. He does a capital raise. He takes the money and buys Bitcoin with it. When he buys the Bitcoin, it drives the price up. When it drives the price up, it makes his stock go up. It's like artificial, but it's not artificial. He's forcing it. But the argument, my fear was, what happens real rugged when Michael Saylor stops buying Bitcoin? If he's the one driving the price up, what happens when he stops buying it? Will the stock stay up, or will it revert to the mean? But whatever is happening, he sat down with Ryan Cohen and he sold him on this. He said, "Look, Mr. Cohen, you need to do exactly what I'm doing, and this is it. He's doing it."
You think one guy's buying Bitcoin and is making the price run up?
Yeah, because what it's doing, when the price drops like that, it's taking into account
What, baby?
an issuance. You know, it's basically like saying, "Yucca, I need to borrow." Like if my net worth is $100 and I say, "Yucca, I need to borrow $20 from you," well, then my net worth automatically shifts from 100 to 80. Kind of like that.
You have a debit for $20 on your balance sheet.
Yeah, right. It's kind of realized until that's actually announced that it's been completed. Then it'll rebound usually from that.
It's crazy, man. This is going to be wild to see how this plays out, because we have to speculate. We don't know. Are they going to sell? Is Ryan Cohen going to do this capital raise? He's selling these bonds. That's what these are. It's a capital raise. This is a private placement. He's selling these bonds just like Michael Saylor did. The money comes into the company, and then he's going to buy Bitcoin with that. I see it. I don't know if maybe I'm wrong here, but that's what I see happening. So I think it's to address the narrative. A lot of this is to combat the narrative that they don't have any new business going on, or this or that or whatever. So yes, they're closing stores, but what are they doing in the meantime to grow the organization? Well, it's not quite growing it. It's
going to the market. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're finding is there a correlation between GME buyers and crypto. I don't know. I'm not sure what percentage of GME shareholders actually also own any kind of
that picture might be old, but when their investor the board has approved them to buy Bitcoin, that just happened yesterday. That's not old. So the picture might be old, but the writing's on the wall. They're fucking Ryan Cohen is going to gamble the cash hoard on Bitcoin.
Yeah, it looks like
Mark my word. That's what's fucking getting ready to happen.
So, I mean, let's face it, it really wasn't, and from my perspective, it really wasn't moving a whole heck of a lot after hours, between earnings and today, didn't move a whole lot. And already now it's already back at like 26 already.
It's a road.
So
I told somebody yesterday, I was like, I bought some of this GameStop at 26 and I'm up 28. I'm like, it was up 28 and change or something. I'm like, I'm up 10%. I'm like, by any fucking common sense rules, I should just sell that. So I got 100 shares. Take the profit.
You could.
Wait for the fucking rug pull and buy Mrs. Pirate's GameStop right back.
You would have had to, you would have had to put in stop limits in order because you wouldn't manually be able to time it. It's just too tough.
To do what? To buy or sell?
Well, if you were going to sell, then buy back in lower. If that was your goal, I think.
All I had to do was sell any time yesterday when it was either pre-market or when it was.
True.
It hung around 28 change. I didn't have to top
Right.
I didn't have to top ticket. I could have just fucking dumped 100 shares at 28 even, and made $2 a share, and buy them back right now for sub 26. I'd have a lower cost basis right now than I had when I bought them the first time. But I was like, no, I'm gonna see what happens. And once again, you're getting dilution. That's what this is. Make no mistake about it. This is dilution. It's not the same as issuing shares and selling them, but a rose by any other fucking name is still a rose. This is delusion.
It is.
The real interesting thing is what are they going to do with it? And it looks to me like he's gonna buy fucking Bitcoin with it.
Yeah.
What if he's selling it to Michael Saylor? What if the offer is private directly to him?
Oh, that's a good one, Yucca. That's a good one because it does say a private offering.
I imagine. I don't think so.
I need to think about that.
No, I think Saylor brokered. I imagine Saylor introduced Cohen and GME to the same people that have been issuing him those
same people that have been buying. People have been buying his bonds.
Right. The same one doing the convertible notes for Saylor, or the same one's probably going to do the same for GameStop.
These are qualified investors, people that have a net worth of $1 million or more. They call them up and they say, I got a special deal for you, but it's going to cost you a minimum of $500,000 or $300,000. And it's a private placement deal. Sweetheart deal. That's why Michael Saylor kept telling everybody that it's not the same. He's like, they kept saying, what if people call these notes out? They're saying it's debt issuance. Michael Saylor kept saying, no, because at any given time I can print, I can sell, I can meet my obligations by giving them stock in his company. Because the way his deal was set up was that he doesn't have to give them Bitcoin, he's got to give them stock. So even if Michael Saylor's company is only worth 10 cents a share, he can meet the obligation. Those obligations can be met. But the investor loses because they're going to get their fucking shares of Saylor's company, but the shares aren't going to be worth but 30 cents a piece. But it's kind of evil genius if you think about it, though. The people who are buying it are buying it. The risk is that the Bitcoin will fall, and when it does, they're going to get the opportunity to exercise their these bonds, but they're not going to be worth anything.
So I tend to think that we have a slight possibility here to pull in some new people who have otherwise not been interested in buying into GameStop. So if there's any MicroStrategy fanboys out there, maybe I'm just trying to look at this from an opportunity perspective, a little half full. There's a chance that we pull in some of them into GameStop.
Well,
and then we,
for full disclosure, I'm not a GameStop guy.
That's all right. Pressure is pressure.
But the whole thing was like, well, GameStop is two sides of the same coin. I've said that many times myself. But now it's down to, it's like becoming a Bitcoin play?
Well, that I don't know. This is where you could have.
It keeps getting farther and farther away from my beloved AMC, though. I know that.
Look, Cohen could have easily have put out a survey on X and asked people. I mean, I don't know if he would do it there. Maybe he'd be better off doing it through an investor portal, but just a way to survey, feel people out. So I don't know. I did hear on one of the Bitcoin YouTube streams yesterday that they made a big deal of it. They were saying how GameStop has a lot of cash, and now they're going to be among us, and this. So there's a chance, because right now I don't know how many new people are walking into GameStop, into this and becoming a GameStop shareholder. But the way I look at it is, if we're looking at the number of people that are in on hodling right now, whether it's GameStop, AMC, even IWM, XRP, whatever, the pressure is pressure. The more people that you have standing on that side of the boat, or whatever. I'm trying to be positive here. Trying to be. Yeah. At least, if anything, let's put it this way. At least if, imagine they didn't buy this right now. Imagine they did absolutely nothing. Do we really think that GameStop right now would be moving up, I don't know, another $5 in the next week? I don't see that happening anyway. So does this instead, I know it's a sting right now, but is there a chance that it could make the play more interesting over the next month or two? I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah,
don't know.
Well, it looks to me like what the market thinks is, I'm getting out because I can buy a GameStop cheaper later. I mean, they tell you don't fight don't fight the tape. Don't fight the trend is your friend. Right now, the market has read the news. You came right in, as you're always kind-hearted enough to do, to give us the news, because I didn't know. But it was exactly time with this collapse.
Yeah.
So regardless of what's coming now, somebody with a whole bunch of money is saying, yeah, I'm going to be able to buy GameStop cheaper later. So I'm out right now.
I mean, let me put it this way. If I were somebody who shorted the stock, if I would be shorting it. I would be very skeptical about shorting it at the moment. But when news like that breaks, I'm going to be very aggressive with shorting it. So in a moment, I'll go back.
I was getting ready to disagree with you. I'm like, fuck, I'd be shorting the fuck out of this right now.
So if I look, let me see here if there's been any change in the borrowing. It looks like 100K shares were returned between 4 and 4:15 p.m. Eastern. So not a whole lot, but we'll see.
Yeah, I sold some of my shares yesterday at 27. Hoping you would fall.
Good for
I
you.
just wanted
Good for you. Like, good for you, dude. Good for you.
Good job, man.
I wanted to get my average price further low. My average price was 24. I had some shares at $27. I showed like 120 shares at 127. Probably I'll buy it at 24 or 25.
That's the way to play the game. I guess.
KC's put some stuff out, and that KC believes that GME is playing the Bitcoin game because they're using Bitcoin. They're suspected of using Bitcoin as collateral to hurt GME. So you join the game, and it makes sense, Tech. I mean, if I got to give credit to KC what it's due. I mean, if that's the case, you know, what they're saying is that they're using Bitcoin and some sort of swaps and some other shit to hurt us, and they're like, well, I'll tell you what we'll do then. Fine, we'll buy Bitcoin too.
Yep.
Which, you know,
Well, do you understand now why?
Ben says GME news make Bitcoin go up. Not a lot, Ben. I just looked at the chart on JJ the Jet Plane's favorite brokerage, Yahoo Finance.
Oh, jeez.
They're in the red 1.22%. So where do you? I question your sanity sometimes, Ben. It's like every time you claim something, I look at it and it's the fucking opposite.
Right.
Now it's off its bottom. Looks like at the closing bell.
Yeah.
At 3 o'clock, it hit 86 and it's recovered to 87.4 right now. But the all-time high for Bitcoin was 108 grand, 108 and change. Fuck, man, it's $30,000 below its all-time high, or $20,000 below its all-time high. Have a good evening, Twisty. Thanks for hanging out and making it fun, man. We can always count on you, and we appreciate you.
Swinging from the crow's nest, apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest.
Dynamite said, if we're questioning sanity, we're in trouble. Mike, we've long ago agreed that we are the island of misfit toys, man. Just like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, man. We are truly the land of the misfit toys, and we're proud of it. So. I'm a loose cannon. I'm telling you, that was going to be my screen name from the very beginning was going to be Loose Cannon.
Loose Cannon.
I had to go with my boy Jimmy Buffett. But yeah, I know I'm not right in the head. I've never claimed otherwise. Yeah, that volcano is it's growing. It's an awesome amount of power. But CO2, but noxious gases, global warming.
We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong. Apes together strong.
Actually, a sailor put out a poll this morning asking, what's the minimum? Well, of course it's going to be skewed, so I don't even bother. I was going to say, what's the minimum amount of Bitcoin GME needs to buy to be respected by Bitcoiners?
Yeah, it's just salesmanship there. But it's a good question though. If you were Ryan Cohen, how much would you spend, Rugged? You're sitting on billions of dollars.
Maybe 10.
You have a dying
I'd say
business
10%.
model. You have a dying how much?
10%.
10, yeah, I think that would be. I don't know that I would go any more than that because
Yeah, it'd be like 400 million.
It's a flyer, man. It's a pure fucking gamble.
Yeah.
Especially knowing that if you want to be honest about it, Bitcoin is closer to all-time highs than it's ever been. I mean, I just got through chastising Vin for saying it's going up because it's not. But again, 88 grand, 90 grand, 100 grand, it's still at one of its bigger peaks. And you're not supposed to buy high. You're supposed to buy low and sell high. So, and I can tell you this, it takes a salesman to recognize one. Michael Saylor's a slimy motherfucker. I don't care what anybody says. I recognize a fucking used car salesman when I see one, and Michael Saylor is a top-notch line ball. He's out there selling his book. He's going to tell, if he could talk Warren Buffett into buying it because it makes him money. He's not doing Ryan Cohen any favors. Like, hey, let me hook you up, brother. You're going to look like you're in a tight spot. Let me show you how. No. He needs heavy hitters to buy Bitcoin to protect his position. Because if you don't think that Michael Saylor's got his dick hanging out, you're not paying attention. Michael Saylor, and right now he's winning. I give him full credit. But that son of a bitch has got his fly unzipped, and he's got his pecker hanging way out in the wind right now.
What do you think of that, Yucca?
Gone.
Well, at least the administration right now is more favorable toward it than the last one.
Yeah, but that was a little funky too. I think there was some big Trump guy, you know that. I think Trump pulled a little bit of a fast one there. I think he wanted all the Bitcoin people to support him. I think he wanted all that. So I think he told people what they wanted to hear. All that going to the Bitcoin conferences, all that shit. And I think he kind of pulled a little bit of a fast one there because he's still not come out and said, yeah, the United States government's going to actually start investing in Bitcoin. He went to great lengths to say they're going to hold what they've already got, but that's just shit that they took from the Silk Road guy. So they catch a few drug dealers and they seize their Bitcoin. And so he went on the record by saying, yeah, the government's going to hang on to that. Well, that's not the same as saying that the government's going to start buying Bitcoin every year as part of our, country's investment strategy. It's just not.
Well, they were talking about how could they possibly acquire more without it costing taxpayers more. I think the only way that happens is by selling it if it were to drop and buying it back at a lower cost.
And I don't know if I want my government involved in fucking scalp trading.
Unless it's seizing. Unless it's just seizing. If you seize it, then that's free.
The way. That's how they're going to get it. They're going to seize it because what they're going to do is they're going to turn to the Department of Justice, Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, all those guys. They're going to say, look, Bitcoin is worth something, at least now. We're not willing to buy it, but if we can take it from people, we will. So, they're going to, in the way they'll do it, will be very simple. They catch somebody with, like the Silk Road dude, they try them, they convict them, and then what they do is it's kind of like strong arm robbery. They're like, look, we'll give you a better sentence if you'll turn over the keys to your Bitcoin account, your codes. Because, everybody knows it. If they refuse to give up the passcodes to that Bitcoin, can't seize anything. It has to be given over voluntarily. But, the government can lean on you to the point where, like, look, you can be a free man and not have your Bitcoin, or you can turn your Bitcoin over to us. Excuse me, you can keep your Bitcoin, but you're going to do 30 years in a federal penitentiary for drug trafficking. And if a drug dealer isn't smart enough to have a little something set aside so that if he does get pinched, he can at least live it, But anyhow, yeah, I can see them instituting policies where they're saying, listen, we are going to have a government agency set up to manage Bitcoin, but the only thing they're going to do is manage what they get through court seizures and civil seizures.
Yeah. Okay. Bitcoin up 1.4% in the last hour.
Yeah, and I'll give credit where credit due. That's substantial. Up 1.5% in an hour is no small thing, especially for an asset that's $88,000.
Maybe he'll get himself added to that crypto board.
I've seen bigger moves in Bitcoin on less news than this.
Right. Oh, sure. I think it's usually Bitcoin starts moving after 8 p.m. Usually after hours closes. Usually, I think.
All right. Mrs. Pirate brought me some leftover manwich. Had a late lunch. I got to jack around with you guys through the power hour. It's time I get my fat ass out there and get back on my hands and knees. That seawall's not going to fix itself. So I'm going to excuse myself and check in with you guys after my next break. Hopefully you'll still be around.
Enjoy the air, man.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I think JJ's gonna walk around a couple of fancy car lots around 5:30 or something. If whoever's else in the Discord.
All right.
That other one that you and I have been talking about, you might go look at that.
Yeah. So I've been hearing it on the ticker.
Yeah. Nothing crazy, but kind of fun to watch.
Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty good rebound. It's already back at 2660 something. Echo.
Let me see here. Let me look. 2678. Yeah, I'm not sweating. It is an interesting move. It's doesn't add a whole lot of fundamental value toward the business side of what GameStop is, but it does open a lot of visibility toward what they're willing to do to go make some money, so kudos to them for that. It is an interesting business model. It's essentially it's not a stock offering. It's a chunk of the business offering, I guess, for a moment, to take that money and invest into same things we put our money into, kind of interesting. Yeah, the Michael Saylor concept is kind of interesting because it's like you're getting the implied value of something without any access to the asset itself. It's like paper gold. You don't own real gold. You just own the paper. So I guess it protects them from anybody getting to the Bitcoin that they own.
Mm-hmm.
I think 88,000 is kind of that support resistance zone for Bitcoin. It's been kind of bouncing back and forth across that for the past few days.
Show of the market where the trading candles glow. We gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. on tight. Hold on tight.